Chapter 97, What Are You Thinking? I'm Talking About Galleons.
Duggart.
Before Daggett could finish, Alicia came out of the basement and interrupted, her voice low and angry.
Okay.
Duggett didn't really want to talk about the past because it always reminded him of something angry. Daggett left Ivan baffled. 10.
Stick to your books and stop asking questions that don't matter.
Alicia scowled at him, then turned to Duggett.
You got what I need. Of course, it's just that it's not easy to get hold of. You have to find a box that can hold it, and it took a lot of work to get it here.
Daggett kept complaining with a grin, but then changed his mind and patted his chest to show that this trouble was nothing if he could help.
Is this enough? What are you talking about? I'm just trying to be helpful. It's not like I'm making a deal.
Duggett smiled ingratiatingly as he took the bag from Yvonne and tossed it back onto the counter. The bag was not very big, and it hit the wooden counter very lightly, but there was a loud metallic noise inside. Yvonne guessed that the bag had been expanded and its weight reduced. Peering through the gap, he saw many golden galleons inside.
A few days ago, I received word that the Ministry of Magic was planning to make a major move in the near future in their search for dark objects. Minister for Magic Fudge was very determined this time, and even the estates of the pureblood wizarding families were under investigation. It's unlikely that anyone from the ministry will find their way to Knockoff Alley, but it will affect business.
It occurred to Ivan that there had been a massive search prior to Harry's second year in the book. Even the Malfoys were affected and had to deal with the Horcrux notebook, indicating that the ministry's raid was no small affair. Isaiah's face fell. If the ministry did this, there would be no big business for months to come. After all, those who could really afford to buy magic items were mostly the rich people from pureblood families. It was unrealistic to expect poor people from Knockoff Alley to spend money on them. Even so, Alicia insisted.
I'll take care of it, keep the money.
Seeing that Alicia was so insistent, Daggett had no choice but to pocket the bag of galleons. This time, Alicia did not refuse, but Ivan was frustrated as Daggett was always trying to get close to him, as if he wanted to use him to get closer to her. Yvonne searched her memory and found that Daggett had been like this before, never hiding his feelings for Alicia. Of course, Alicia never tried to hide her lack of interest in Daggett, but Daggett seemed to enjoy it.
So you wanted the Dementors, little Ivan,
said Daggett with an odd expression on his face. He had assumed that Alicia needed the Dementors for some sort of dark experiment.
I used them to learn how to call for protection. What else?
Ivan shrugged.
If I'd known you were going to use it, I'd have brought the case over,
muttered Daggett. Yvonne, of course, could read Daggett's mind and was speechless. He did not want to spend the afternoon with this old man. Within a few minutes of leaving the room, Daggett took a jug out of his long sleeve and started drinking. He didn't drink in front of Alicia because he didn't want to affect her impression of him, but he couldn't help himself in front of Ivan. Daggett's house was not far from here, only an alley away, but it was in a more remote location. There were hardly any houses around, and instead, there were only trees and weeds growing here and there. There was also a dusty sign beside the house with a few words outlined on it. St. Mungo's Hospital for Magic.
Is there any hope?
The wizard said. Daggett drank, but this did not affect his judgment in the least, and after a moment's inspection, he spread his fingers and gestured.
I can only last 5 days.
The wizard asked after a moment.
I mean 500 galleons in all.
Chapter 102. 102 Think About It, Who Wasn't Handsome, 3 years ago. Chapter 98. Think About It, Who Wasn't Handsome.
I don't have that much.
Duggart was impatient. Exposed, the wizard trembled but did not overreact. He searched his ragged robes with his right hand but found only 50 galleons, a few sickles, and a few nuts. After a moment's thought, the wizard tried to retrieve some more, but Daggett managed to snatch all the galleons out of his hands, and neither sickle nor nut moved.
Poor werewolf,
they muttered before pulling their wands out for treatment. Daggett muttered something under his breath and placed his wand against the wizard's pitted left hand. Thick black smoke was drawn out and directed by Daggett's wand into the grass on the right. The weeds that came into contact with the black gas withered, and Ivan watched in horror as he wondered what kind of dark magic could have such an effect.
All right, bug offs.
The treatment only lasted a minute or so before Doggett stopped. The black aura on the wizard's left hand had faded, but not completely, and the general trauma was ignored by Doggett. This was how 50 galleons were treated. As long as he doesn't die.
The juice of dittany can be used to treat external injuries. The roots of wormhood are ground into powder, which should have a certain effect on the injuries caused by dark magic.
Ivan suddenly reminded the werewolf wizard after he left. The werewolf wizard paused, looked back at him with mild surprise, then nodded, whispered something, and left.
I didn't know you knew anything about potions.
Doug said.
It's not the first day of potions at Hogwarts.
Ivan shrugged.
I didn't teach it in my first year at Hogwarts.
Said Doggett, looking impressed. He reached out to stroke Ivan's hair again, but managed to avoid touching it.
By the way, Dean Doggart, you dislike werewolves.
Yvonne asked.
No wizard is fond of them, and even in Knockoff Alley, few are willing to hire werewolves to work for them. They are a troublesome lot, often out of control when the moon is full and often unstable.
Doggett explained, glancing at him.
Isn't there a wolfsbane potion?
Ivan asked, puzzled.
Wolfsbane potion, what's that?
Daggett asked curiously. Ivan immediately shut up. He suddenly remembered that the wolfsbane potion might not have even been developed by Marcus's uncle. No wonder werewolves were so miserable. However, even if it was developed, most werewolves might not be able to afford it.
Is this really a hospital? Are you just going to keep the patients here?
Ivan gave Doggett an odd look. Doggett smacked his head. He must have had too much to drink the night before. He had planned to clean up when he woke up in the morning, but he had forgotten. Fortunately, it was not Alicia. However, when he was alone, he felt that it was not too dirty, but he could still get by.
Clean it up.
The ripples of magic gradually spread in all directions, and the toppled empty bottles were automatically gathered in a corner. The tables and chairs moved to where they belonged, and the dust was swept away in a short period of time.
Who's that, your brother or the baby?
Yvonne asked, looking around.
That's me,
Said Doggett, glaring at Ivan. Yvonne examined Doggett carefully, especially his thin hair and beer belly, comparing him to the handsome young man in the photograph. He really couldn't tell.
Don't touch it. I bought this case from the Wizarding Market at a 30% discount. It's not necessarily sealed tight.
Doggett stepped forward and slapped his hand away.
I don't know why Alicia would approve of you using a Dementor to practice the art of huggering, but I would remind you that it is a fearsome-looking creature.
Ivan nodded. He had read about Dementors in his previous life and knew how dangerous they were.
How are you going to practice? Do you want me to show you?
Doggett stopped pouring wine into his mouth and looked at Yvonne worriedly. She would not be in mortal danger with him around, but she would blame him if he was traumatized.
There's no need, just answer it.
Chapter 103. 103 Let this Dementor go, it's trying hard enough 3 years ago. Chapter 99. Let this Dementor go, it's trying hard enough.
All right, pay attention.
Doggett slammed his wand against the lock, breaking it and flinging the case open. He then retreated to the other side of the room to avoid being targeted by the Dementors. The next moment, the surroundings seemed to darken, and the box containing the Dementors looked even darker. Cold.
Expecto Patronus.
Ivan shouted as death threatened him. Color returned to the dim, dead space, and with a hiss, brilliant light pierced the Dementor's body, and more light poured out of its ragged cloak. A silent wail shook the air, and the Dementor's light body seemed to have suffered a heavy blow. Its body became illusory and it flew backwards, finally being forced into the box by the white fog. Wisps of white mist were about to enter the box when it was suddenly covered up. It turned out that Doggett had walked over to the box and was cleaning up the mess.
How do you feel? All right, I don't have any chocolates, maybe you could have a little.
Doggett asked, concerned.
No, I'm fine.
Ivan shook his head and glanced at the system panel. This time, the pressure on him was extraordinary, and his lack of the occlumency skill to ward off the Dementor's ability to absorb pleasure was not in vain.
Go on.
Ivan said after a few minutes to compose himself.
So soon, you don't need to rest for a while.
Daggett raised his eyebrows. Ivan shouted as death threatened him. Color returned to the dim, dead space, and with a hiss, brilliant light pierced the Dementor's body, and more light poured out of its ragged cloak. A silent wail shook the air, and the Dementor's light body seemed to have suffered a heavy blow. Its body became illusory and it flew backwards, finally being forced into the box by the white fog. Wisps of white mist were about to enter the box when it was suddenly covered up. It turned out that Doggett had walked over to the box and was cleaning up the mess. "How do you feel?" "All right, I don't have any chocolates, maybe you could have a little."
Phew.
Ivan looked at the system prompt and was very satisfied. Facing a Dementor head-on to train in the summoning of gods was indeed a fast increase in proficiency. In that case, he might be able to reach level 4 in one afternoon.
Go on.
There was a strange look on Doggett's face. Dementors had a terrifying ability to absorb pleasure and cause pain that even many adult wizards found difficult to face. To his surprise, Ivan not only managed to withstand the pressure, but also became more and more excited. Although he was puzzled, Doggett did as he was told. The third time he opened the chest, the Dementor was like a black rag, pressing down on Ivan's flat body and rushing towards him. On the fourth try, the Dementor attempted to escape, but Doggett forced it back into the crate with the use of the Hume Guard. The fifth time,
Shall we continue?
Daggett asked. Yvonne nodded. Since the Prowler was related to her blood magic, the higher the level, the better. It was a rare opportunity to have a Dementor as a sparring partner, so of course she had to practice as long as she could. However, when Doggett opened the case for the 12th time, Ivan was still standing on the sidelines, waiting for the Dementors to attack. As Ivan wondered if he had killed the Dementor, a withered, rotting arm reached out, grabbed the lid and slammed it shut.
Well,
Ivan said,
that's true, but they're intelligent enough to understand orders. Otherwise, the Ministry wouldn't be using Dementors to guard Azkaban.
Chapter 100, Say it again and I'll push your head into the cauldron. Did the Ministry not hire Dementors because they came free, year-round and equipped with torture devices? Ivan grumbled to himself, but decided to be magnanimous.
Never mind then, let it rest for a day.
It was enough for him to raise his Psionite Guard to level 4. All he needed to do now was practice. Doggett could see that Ivan was in a good mood, but given how long he had been fighting the Dementors, he offered his advice.
It's fairly early, how about I show you around?
Ivan nodded. He had been cooped up in the dark arts shop every day and couldn't go out. Ivan had been trying to find out what Knockturn Alley looked like ever since he arrived, but he didn't have the courage to go out on his own, as he hadn't upgraded his Psalter to level 4 yet.
Come on, I think you'll like the place,
said Doggett mysteriously. Yvonne was intrigued. Doggett relocked the Dementor's case and placed protective enchantments around the empty room before leaving with Ivan.
What if a patient comes later?
Yvonne asked, glancing over her shoulder.
They'll sit tight and wait,
said Doggett nonchalantly. Those who were willing to come to the hospital were either special patients who had been injured for shady reasons or dark wizards with criminal records. No matter how long they had to wait. It didn't take Ivan long to realize why Doggett had been so generous with his treatment. He wasn't afraid of rejection.
Is that what you're talking about?
Ivan asked, looking around curiously. He thought these wizards were like the street vendors at the night market in his previous life.
I don't suppose your mother has brought you here yet, of course.
Doggett explained, glancing back at him.
It's the wizarding market in Knockturn Alley. It's legal and illegal and everything. Everyone can find what they want there. No.
Ivan shook his head, remembering that Alicia only took him to Diagon Alley occasionally.
Did you buy your Dementors there?
Yvonne asked.
In your dreams.
Daggett said, rolling his eyes.
It took me a lot of talking and a lot of gold galleons to get that for a friend. You can't get them here, even if you wanted to,
said Doggett haughtily, unaware that Ivan was muttering to himself. What happened to selling everything, liar?
Take a look and see if there's anything you'd like.
Dugart said, his eyes lighting up when he saw Ivan's face.
Don't choose something too expensive.
Ivan ignored him and went to one of the stalls, where she knelt and picked up a bottle of blood. It was a bottle of Thistral's blood, accompanied by bottles labeled Dragon's Blood and Unicorn's Blood. Ivan was momentarily impressed by how easily he was able to purchase the items he had worked so hard for. Upon contact, however, Ivan realized the difference. Blood of Thistral's. Activity extremely low. Description: this is the blood of an adult male Thistral's, containing the power of death. Ivan shook his head in disappointment when he saw the prompt in the system's toolbar. He put the bottle back. The blood was too weak and had been left there for too long to be used in the potion. A bottle of dragon's blood for 35 galleons, 50 galleons of Thistral's, 70 galleons of unicorns. The stall owner, an elderly witch with a pipe in her mouth, was wearing a pointy hat and blowing smoke out of her mouth. When she saw Ivan shaking his head, she leaned over and stared at him.
But you look cute, how about I give you a 30% discount?
Ivan leaned back quietly. He didn't know much about market prices, but he knew they were unusually high. A unicorn's horn in Diagon Alley was only 21 galleons, but
Why is unicorn blood so much more expensive than the rest?
Ivan wondered.
Have you ever heard of anyone owning a unicorns?
Asked the elderly witch. Ivan understood. Dragons were bred in some places, and part of the Night Riders were tamed by wizards, so it was normal to charge a lower price.
You haven't chosen yet.
Dugart asked as he came up to Ivan. He frowned when he saw the 3 bottles Ivan was looking at, then picked one up and placed some galleons on the stall.
Black market price, 11 galleons worth of nocturnal blood. Let's buy this.
The old witch's hand that was holding the cigarette shook violently. She raised her eyebrows and was about to curse, but when she looked up and saw who it was, she stopped and smacked her lips.
Mad dog Dogart. Say that again and I'll put your head in a cauldron.
Dugart said, then threw down the money and dragged Ivan away from the stall.
Why would you want to buy nocturnal blood? I'm just looking at it.
Ivan said.
Don't worry, it won't go to waste. Even if you don't need it, your mother will.
Dugat winked at him. Ivan's expression hardened, thinking that Doggett had discovered the secret of his blood fusion, but then he realized that Doggett was referring to the need for certain magical tools, and he breathed a sigh of relief.
Why did the old witch just call you that? Well,
Chapter 101, Ring of Magic. After walking around for a while, Ivan bought a lot of ingredients for brewing the potion. Dark objects may not be easy to sell for some time, and in order to improve his family's business, he might want to try making some potions. Due to his status as the former vice president of St. Mungo's Hospital for magical maladies and injuries, Ivan sought advice on brewing and selling potions.
you're going to sell potions.
Said Doggett, stopping in his tracks.
Look, it's never easy to brew a potion, and the difference between the two is like the difference between heaven and earth. You may have managed to brew some in your potions class at Hogwarts, but it's nowhere near good enough to sell. For a potion for sale, it requires not only remarkable effects, but also great stability, rather than leaving the purchaser in the dark as to how effective the potion is.
Doggett patiently explained the situation to Ivan, then advised him.
If you're interested in potions, I suggest that after you graduate, you work in the potions department at St. Mungo's Hospital for magical maladies and injuries.
Ivan listened attentively, but he was confident in his potion-making skills, especially with the experience card mode, which allowed him to successfully brew a bloodline fusion potion that required a 6th-level potion.
All right, go take a look around by yourself. Don't get too far away. Call me if you need anything.
Dugat seemed to have noticed something. He grabbed some galleons from his pocket and stuffed them into Ivan's hands. After giving Ivan some instructions, he squeezed his way towards a busy stall. Ivan accepted the money and did not refuse. He wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to buy something. He would take it as a loan and return it when he had the money. Ivan then glanced in Doggett's direction, where several wizards and goblins were playing cards, presumably a gambling den, and lost interest.
Drinking.
You're going to sell potions, said Doggett, stopping in his tracks. Look, it's never easy to brew a potion, and the difference between the two is like the difference between heaven and earth. You may have managed to brew some in your potions class at Hogwarts, but it's nowhere near good enough to sell. For a potion for sale, it requires not only remarkable effects, but also great stability, rather than leaving the purchaser in the dark as to how effective the potion is. Doggett patiently explained the situation to Ivan, then advised him. If you're interested in potions, I suggest that after you graduate, you work in the potions department at St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries. Ivan listened attentively, but he was confident in his potion-making skills, especially with the experience card mode, which allowed him to successfully brew a Bloodline fusion potion that required a 6th-level potion. All right, go take a look around by yourself. Don't get too far away. Call me if you need anything. Dugat seemed to have noticed something. He grabbed some galleons from his pocket and stuffed them into Ivan's hands. After giving Ivan some instructions, he squeezed his way towards a busy stall. Ivan accepted the money and did not refuse. He wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to buy something. He would take it as a loan and return it when he had the money. Ivan then glanced in Doggett's direction, where several wizards and goblins were playing cards, presumably a gambling den, and lost interest. Drinking.
The Ring of Magic, 900 galleons.
The stall owner was a short wizard. He was not very interested in Ivan, who was only 11 or 12 years old.
By infusing it with magic, one can release all of the stored magic when needed, with enough force to send an adult wizard flying.
How dare you sell something that's on the verge of breaking for such a high price?
Ivan asked, glaring at him. The shorter wizard was stunned at first, then he shouted angrily.
Damaged, it's perfectly fine. If you can't afford it, get out. Really, not really.
Ivan began, taking 10 galleons from his pocket and placing them on the stall.
Here are 10 galleons. Why don't we make a bet? You can only use the Ring of Magic twice, and it won't work half as well as you say.
The shorter wizard shut up. In the months he had been running his stall, he had seen many wizards with problems with the bracelet, but he was the first to be so precise. Even he wasn't sure how many more times the bracelet could be used, only that it was about to break.
My family sells magical objects.
Ivan explained, and the shorter wizard seemed to understand. He studied Ivan for a moment, then spoke, his voice gloomy.
60 galleons, you can have it if you want.
Ivan didn't know much about market prices, so to avoid being scammed, he cut the price by half. The shorter wizard stared at him blankly for a moment, then offered him a single word.
Go away. If the price is too low, we can talk more.
Ivan had no intention of leaving, but he knew that he had haggled too much. In the end, Ivan won it for 35 galleons, after much bickering. Did I profit or lose? Ivan slipped the bracelet onto his left hand, his mind wrestling with the question, but his mood improved when he thought that perhaps the most precious thing was the magical writing on the bracelet. Seeing that the sky was darkening, Ivan did not go to any of the other stalls but instead went to find Doggett, who was still playing cards on the stall. The stall owner looked like a goblin. He was sitting on a tall stool with a piece of cloth draped over his body. If it weren't for the fact that he had some gold galleons in front of him, Ivan would have mistaken him for a house elf.
Lost.
Chapter 102, Dog the Mad Dog.
It's just a win-win situation. I'll just play 2 more rounds and I'll get it back.
Dugat frowned, his eyes fixed on his cards. Ivan shook his head in frustration and waited. It was said to be 2 games, but when the addiction kicked in, Doggett played for another hour. Fortunately, his luck seemed to have changed this time, and he actually won several times in a row. After earning back some money, Doggett finally stopped after losing another game. He felt that something was wrong with the game today and was about to pull Ivan away.
Dugat, don't you want to play anymore? A few more rounds and you might be able to win them all back.
The goblin stall owner said with a smile as he tossed a few gold galleons.
Never mind, we'll talk about it when we have the time,
said Doggett, waving his hand dismissively.
What a coward.
The goblin stall owner grumbled unhappily and reached out to collect the galleons on the table. However, as soon as he finished speaking, a large hand grabbed his head and slammed him against the table.
Who are you calling a coward?
Dugster seemed to have gone mad. He had no intention of stopping. He grabbed the goblin's head and slammed it against the wooden table a few times. Then, he grabbed the kettle on the side and poured water on it.
Ah,
The green-robed wizard screamed in pain, and only then did he notice Ivan's presence.
stupefy.
Ivan waved his wand, and the green-robed wizard fell to the ground. Ivan didn't know what was wrong with Duget, but he wasn't going to hold back now that the fight had started. After dealing with the trouble, Ivan looked warily at the other wizard who was playing cards. He would not become arrogant just because he had easily knocked down an adult wizard. However, the wizard simply raised his hand, indicating by his actions that he meant no harm and that he had nothing to do with the stallholder goblins and would never get involved. More to the point, the wizard thought the pair were too ferocious for him to fight.
Who did you just call a coward? Who?
The goblin stall owner, whose head was pressed against the mahogany table, still did not understand why he had been hit. His head was a mess and his mouth was broken. At that moment, there was a commotion in the crowd. Ivan looked over and saw a group of neatly dressed black-robed wizards running towards them.
Help!
Cried the goblin stall owner, tears streaming down his face as if he had just seen his savior. In the next instant, his head hit the corner of the table and he passed out. Several black-robed wizards looked over and even drew their wands. It was obvious that they were after them. Ivan tightened his grip on his wand and Doggett released some of his anger. After knocking the goblin out, he pulled Ivan closer and cast a spell.
Phantom shift.
The multicolored magical rays of light had already struck. Fortunately, Doggett had mastered the spell at the right moment and all the spells missed. There was another space switching, which was not much better than when flue powder was used. When Ivan looked around again, he found himself in a shabby alley, surrounded by rubbish, and the houses around him were in ruins. Now that they were safe, Ivan felt a surge of anger. This fight was ridiculous, just because the goblin called him a coward. Are you out of your fucking mind? Not to mention, he was chased by a group of wizards and had to flee in panic. This feeling was terrible. Yvonne was about to protest when Duget's face fell, and he grabbed her by the arm.
Let's go, they have a magical object that can locate a disapparated shadow. Who are these black-robed wizards after us, the ministry?
Ivan asked, suppressing his anger, knowing this was not the time to argue.
Of course not, they are self-employed wizards employed by the wizarding market. Many people call them the regulators, the ones in charge of order.
Doggett had calmed down a little by now. Although there were still spots of drunken red on his face, he was still conscious. After taking Ivan to the nearest rundown house, Doggett said in a low voice,
Hide inside until I've dealt with them or lured them away. You think you can handle them?
Ivan asked sarcastically. From what he had seen, there were at least 5 members of the Black Robe Enforcement Squad.
Don't look down on me, they're just a bunch of useless people.
Chapter 103, Move, Why Aren't You Moving?
Shattered. The flames are raging.
The multicolored charm moved through the rubble, and Doggett managed to cast an armor charm on himself, but it only lasted a moment or two before it was broken, and he was thrown backwards by the magic's aftermath. Doggett spat the mud out of his mouth, along with a missing tooth and some blood. I should have stopped drinking so much.
Get out here, mad Doggarts.
The leader of the black-robed wizards kept casting long-range spells to shrink the space in which Doggart could hide, but he showed no sign of approaching and was clearly frightened. Suddenly, the leader of the black-robed wizards thought of a rumor and asked tentatively,
Coward, if you don't have the balls, just hide.
As soon as he finished speaking, the black-robed wizard suddenly felt his heart palpitate. He hurriedly put on several layers of protection. The next second, an angry voice sounded.
Explode.
The orange flame burst straight into the pile of rocks in front of them, sending large chunks of rock hurtling toward the 5 black-robed enforcers.
It's full of obstacles. Armor.
After a flurry of spells, the black-robed enforcers were finally able to keep the rubble out, and Doggett's position was revealed. The combined force of the spells broke a stone pillar into several pieces, exposing Doggett to the elements. There was nowhere to hide.
Phantom shift.
Just as Doggett was about to ignore the risks and forcefully use disapparation to escape, a white figure suddenly charged out of the stone wall behind the black-robed enforcers like a bolt of lightning and stepped heavily on the black-robed wizard in the lead. Click.
Andrew.
The black-robed wizards panicked and began to cast spells at the unicorn's shadow.
Stupefy. Fire roaring.
However, all kinds of magical rays passed through the unicorn's illusory body and hit Andrew. Poor Andrew was badly injured. He barely managed to get up from the ground before he was hit by a number of spells. He was beaten to his last breath and his clothes were burned. The remaining black-robed wizards were embarrassed. Even Doggett was stunned, but his long experience in combat allowed him to seize the opportunity. While the black-robed wizards were distracted, Doggett cast a powerful spell. Wisps of purple fire surged out of the tip of his wand and expanded into a sea of fire that surged towards the enemy. Unfortunately, face-to-face magic was very ineffective, not to mention that there were 4 wizards on the other side. A series of counter-curses easily restrained the purple sea of fire. It is just that counter-jinxes have little effect on blood magic. The elusive unicorn's shadow swam in the purple sea of fire, harassing and attacking the black-robed wizards from time to time, causing them to be badly battered. After a while, another black-robed wizard was sent flying by the unicorn's shadow and lost his ability to resist.
Foster.
The 3 black-robed enforcers were furious, but there was nothing they could do. What happened to Andrew made them afraid to casually cast spells again, lest they all hit their allies. Their only relief was when Faust activated his dark magical device before being seriously injured, blowing off half of the unicorn's shadow. A worried look crossed Doggett's face, and when he saw the white mist, he guessed that Ivan had cast this spell and that it was most likely related to the puffs he had been practicing. It was unclear how Ivan managed to master it at his age, but it was clearly not the time to ponder it. Once the unicorn's shadow dissipated, he would have to face 3 wizards alone. Both parties focused their vision on this illusory and pure white creature. The unicorn's figure suddenly dispersed, turning into white mist that dissipated into the air.
Mad Dog Doggett, I didn't expect you to have such a card up your sleeve.
The tall, skinny, black-robed wizard looked at the restored unicorn's shadow with great fear. This strange unknown magic was simply too powerful. It can only be said that Gert usually hides things too well.
If you hadn't pushed me so hard, I wouldn't have gotten serious.
The remaining 3 black-robed wizards hesitated. They did not expect that even 5 wizards in a row would not be able to take down the other party, and that 2 of them would be easily taken down. They might not win if they continued fighting.
Surrender now, it's too late.
Chapter 104, Don't be afraid, he's about to die. Ivan was standing in the attic of a shabby house nearby, looking down and muttering to himself.
I'm almost out of magic and can only play support. Why aren't you attacking?
Ivan had already decided to intervene when he saw that Doggett was in trouble. After all, he couldn't just sit back and watch Doggett get caught. Therefore, he secretly summoned the unicorn's shadow and hid it near the battlefield. It wasn't until Doggett caused a commotion with the explosion of the spell that Ivan found the right moment to strike, lightning fast, and take out the leading black-robed wizard. Relying on the fact that the other party did not understand the uniqueness of bloodline magic, they cooperated with Duggart's purple flames to deal with the other enforcer. Ivan, however, did not expect the Dark Lord to use an unknown magical tool to blast off half of the unicorn's shadow's body, forcing him to use a large amount of magic to repair it. After several attrition attempts, Ivan estimated that his magic would only be able to materialize once, so he remained in his normal illusory state, staying where he was to reduce his magic consumption. He hoped that, like before, Doggett would be the main attacker, and he would take the opportunity to sneak up on him, possibly crippling another black-robed wizard. After waiting for a long time for Doggett to make the first move, Ivan had no choice but to attack first. Otherwise, his magic would be exhausted. On the stage, Doggett was unable to get off the stage. The 3 black-robed wizards in front of him were like tigers watching their prey. He was not confident that he could withstand the attacks of the three of them. He could only force himself to look confident and arrogant, making the other party hesitate to attack. Fortunately, the unicorn's shadow moved at that moment. Doug let out a long sigh of relief, and the members of the enforcement squad tensed. They had seen the strangeness of this spell before, and it was possible to switch between reality and illusion in an instant. Thus, they placed layers of defensive spells on themselves, hoping to withstand one or two of them. All that was left was to throw the spells at Dugat's face. They couldn't deal with the spell, but they could deal with the caster. Doggett cast spells again and again, creating magical barriers in front of him. They were not built as fast as they could be destroyed, but they could hold out for a while. This, of course, had to do with the fact that the unicorn's shadow had been harassing the enforcers, and that the three black-robed wizards couldn't possibly focus all their attention on Doggett. In an instant, the white shadow appeared in front of a black-robed wizard.
Heavy obstacles, armor.
After casting a few more defensive spells, the black-robed wizard did not feel safe at all. This was because the illusory unicorn's shadow had passed through the layers of obstacles he had set up, and even the shield charm had not worked. The spiral horn pierced the black-robed wizard's chest, and just as he was about to die in despair, the white shadow passed through him. "I'm not dead," the black-robed wizard looked back, confused, as the unicorn's shadow moved on to its next target. After another bout of fear and panic, the other black-robed wizard who was being targeted touched his body strangely, as he was not injured either. It was only after the unicorn's shadow had toyed with the remaining members of the enforcement squad that they gradually realized the truth. It seemed that this unique spell could no longer reach them, or else it would have kicked at least one of them out of the game, as it had done before. They all turned to look at Doggett. Doggett's eyes went wide and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He hadn't been the one to cast the spell, and he didn't know how it worked. However, he still pretended to be calm and composed. He only became more ruthless and no longer focused on defense. He took advantage of the moment when the law enforcers were distracted by the unicorn's shadow to counterattack.
Explode.
Unleashing blasting dark magic at such close range was extremely dangerous, but there was nothing else Doggett could do. Understanding the danger of this spell, the three enforcers set up a dozen magical barriers. The orange flame exploded the moment it touched the first magical barrier, and the resulting blast spread out in all directions. Doggett, who only had one shield charm on him, suffered internal injuries from the impact. Even so, he managed to throw a dark spell at one of the dark wizards. The black gas corroded the unlucky black-robed wizard, and he fell to the ground with a wail. However, at this point, Doggett was already at his limit. The defensive spell on his body had already been shattered by the thunderbolt explosion, and this attack immediately revealed its weakness. The remaining two enforcers swung their wands in preparation for the final blow, but the unicorn's shadow was faster than they were. An illusory white figure stepped through the air, raised its hooves high, and kicked at one of them.
Don't be afraid, keep attacking, he's bluffing.
Thinking about how Doggett was so miserable that he could not even maintain a defensive spell, the law enforcer calmed down. However, in the next second, he felt a sharp pain in his chest, as if he could hear his ribs crack. Then, his body flew up and crashed into the stone wall behind him.
Phantom shift.
Seeing the unicorn's shadow rushing towards him, the black-robed wizard panicked and forcefully used apparition, disappearing from the arena. Doggett slumped to the ground and instinctively reached for the wine jug at his waist. Unfortunately, there was not a drop left. When he looked up again, the mysterious and powerful unicorn's shadow had vanished in a mist of light.
I can't believe the Hales have such a powerful charm. How come Alicia has never used it before?
Chapter 105. Things in Knockoff Alley are often discussed after the fight. Ivan stepped aside, frowning. His magic was limited, and he had no intention of continuing the fight. The black-robed enforcer, on the other hand, was overjoyed. He suddenly remembered that it was this kid in front of him who had been with Daggett at the wizard market. They had sent 5 men to capture Doggett, but none of them had been able to catch him. If he went back alone now, he would most likely be severely punished, but if they could catch this brat, things would be different. With that in mind, the black-robed enforcer waved his wand as fast as he could. Unfortunately, he was faster than the magical blast. As the 17 magical runes on Ivan's bracelet lit up with magic, the black-robed wizard was knocked off his feet by the force of Ivan's attack.
What's the point?
Ivan asked, frustrated. He had received a system warning that the ring of magic would be destroyed if it was used again. Fortunately, the ring of magic contained some magical energy, which could be activated to cast a spell, otherwise Ivan would have a headache. The black-robed wizard was stunned by the sudden attack and quickly realized that the young wizard in front of him had a powerful magical item. However, no matter how powerful a magical item was, it still depended on who was using it. The black-robed wizard rolled over and grabbed the wand that had fallen nearby. Then, he turned around and pointed the wand at the young wizard. The process was smooth and natural. It was obvious that he had practiced hard.
Desi.
Ivan lowered his wand as the black-robed wizard fell to the ground with a look of disbelief on his face. What the hell? He's not blind to make such an obvious move in front of him.
What's going on? What am I doing here today?
He took a few steps forward and confiscated the wand. Then, he dragged the black-robed wizard by one foot in disgust and headed towards Dugat. By the time Ivan arrived at the scene, Doggett had finished cleaning up the mess. The 4 black-robed enforcers had been thrown into a pile of rocks, and their injuries appeared to have been treated by Doggett.
He ran into you. What bad luck.
Doggett looked at the black-robed wizard Ivan was dragging on the ground and felt sorry for him. I was unlucky to have met you. Ivan grumbled to himself, then dragged the black-robed wizard to a pile of rocks where he stayed with the other 4. After the fight and the capture of the remaining members of the team, Doggett felt much better. However, he was still in disbelief when he saw Ivan.
If word got out that the 2 of us got rid of the enforcement squad today, you'd be famous.
Duggart said.
All they'll know is that you scared off one of them after taking out 4 of them.
Ivan rolled his eyes. It wasn't good for a young wizard to be so famous in his second year. Not to mention, taking care of the enforcers also meant getting into trouble, which was why he only used the unicorn's shadow to assist Doggett in battle. Unfortunately, he ran into the one who escaped.
What do we do next? Can you handle it? The wizarding market won't come after us again, will they?
Ivan asked the 5 black-robed wizards, looking worried.
It was supposed to be a big problem, but now.
Doggett grinned, glancing disdainfully at the 5 enforcers behind him.
I think it would be nice to talk to the other side.
Are you sure?
Yvonne asked dubiously. The fact that they were able to set up a wizarding market in Knockturn Alley showed how powerful they were.
You can always talk about Knockturn Alley after a fight. If you can win, you can talk about anything.
Duggart said confidently.
Then who founded the wizarding market? You'll have to tell me that.
Ivan's faith in Doggett had long since worn thin. What happened to being able to deal with the law enforcement team alone? In the end, he was still beaten to a pulp.
It was founded by several pureblood families, and they paid for the so-called law enforcement squad, which consisted of 7 enforcers. 5 of them were taken prisoner, so negotiations were bound to happen. These proud purebloods fancy a poor place like Knockturn Alley.
Ivan asked sarcastically. It was not the dark wizards who made up the majority of the population in Knockturn Alley, but the ordinary, poor wizards and witches, which was why he thought Knockturn Alley and the Cave of Peasants were similar. It is hard to imagine pure-blood wizards paying attention to such places.
No one has a problem with galleons.
Dugat was also disdainful of the so-called purebloods.
All right, I'll deal with this.
With that, Doggett pressed Ivan's shoulder and used disapparated.
Remember, don't tell your mother about what happened just now. Just tell her that you were practicing to be a pager at my house.
Before Ivan could voice his doubts, Dugart disappeared in a flash, apparently having used apparition again.
I didn't promise.
Chapter 106, The Past. Ringing.
Well, you weren't frightened by the Dementors, were you?
As Ivan was uninjured and only a little dusty from climbing the stairs, Alicia did not notice anything amiss.
No, I don't think so. I think it might have been scared of me.
Ivan rolled his eyes, A Dementor was hiding in a suitcase.
Really, just don't have nightmares at night.
Alicia smiled. She didn't believe him. It would have been funny to think of Ivan's horrified face when he first saw the Dementor.
By the way, Mother, do you know anything about Dean Dougat's past?
Yvonne asked, not bothering to dwell on the subject. Although he had accepted the money and was hesitant to reveal his battle experience, it did not mean that he could not ask other questions.
When did you get so interested in him? I thought you used to dislike Headmaster Dougat.
Said Alicia suspiciously, closing her notebook.
I was just surprised when someone called him a mad dog.
Ivan said.
Did he seem upset?
Alicia asked, unsurprised.
Something like that.
Said Ivan, thinking of the old witch who had sold him the blood of the Strauss. Ivan didn't understand his subsequent conflict with the goblin. He knew too little, so he wasn't sure if it was because of his last comment about the goblin being a coward or because he had been tricked by the goblin while playing cards. Alicia thought back for a moment before replying.
I don't know much about it, except that he was sacked from St. Mungo's Hospital for magical maladies and injuries over a decade ago.
When Doggett went into Knockturn Alley, he got into a lot of trouble for breaking a wizard's arm with a charm.
More than 10 years ago.
Mother, how did you meet Dean Dougat? I think he seemed to like you.
Alicia snapped back, then eyed the bag of potions Ivan was clutching suspiciously.
How much did you actually charge him today?
Alicia's gaze grew more dangerous as she realized Ivan had not returned empty-handed.
I borrowed a few dozen galleons, that's all.
Ivan said diffidently, then showed the bracelet on his left hand before Alicia could react.
I thought it might be useful, so I bought it at the wizarding market for 35 galleons. It also seems to have ancient runes on it. See if you can fix it or decipher them.
Alicia took the bracelet off Ivan's left hand and examined it for a while.
What do you think, no loss?
Ivan had always been bitter about it, and he wondered if he'd been conned, as the short wizard had laughed happily when he left the stall.
The bracelet will break if it is used one more time at most.
Alicia said, quickly catching on.
However, there are some of these runes that even I do not have a record of. They are of great research value. Perhaps I can repair them after I have deciphered what they represent. You must be very lucky to get one for 35 galleons.
Praised Alicia.
Writing, what's that?
Chapter 111. 111. As you know, my patroness is a little special, 3 years ago. Chapter 107. As you know, my patroness is a little special.
What's going on?
Alicia slammed a newspaper down on the table. Yvonne glanced at it and saw that it was not a newspaper of his acquaintance. It was supposed to be unique to Knockturn Alley, but that was obviously not the point. The main point was that on the cover of the newspaper, there was a moving picture of Doggett using magic to drag 5 law enforcement officers through the wizarding market without any attempt at concealment. As he walked, one could vaguely sense the aura of a powerhouse.
But
Yvonne felt she should never have trusted that bastard Dougat. Now she was in the headlines of Knockturn Alley.
so when you went to the wizarding market that day, in addition to buying things, you caused a scene and beat down 5 law enforcement officers.
Alicia said angrily, slamming the table.
To be precise, it was Doggett who started it, and he was the one who hit her.
Ivan blinked innocently.
Take a look at this yourself.
Alicia pointed to the 5th line of the newspaper. It clearly stated that the young wizard who had been with Dougat had easily defeated an adult wizard in the wizarding market. The newspaper's editor even wrote about this in a large handbook, with a single small page placed under the cover. After all, this was an extremely rare occurrence. Ivan was annoyed. He had forgotten that he had once intervened in the wizarding market, and the 5 enforcers had been able to make Dougat erase his memory with a memory charm, but this wizard was an exception. In response to Alicia's questioning look, Ivan told her everything that had happened, along with the fact that he had performed some minor support work. At that moment, the sound of a bell hanging outside the door interrupted Alicia's train of thought.
I'm going to answer the door. I'll ask you after you've eaten,
said Alicia, and she went downstairs. Ivan was relieved. He had to think about what to say later. But it's not even open yet. Who's coming at this hour? With a thought, Ivan waved his wand, and the unicorn's shadow reappeared. After a period of practice, he had become more adept at it, and when he released it, it did not produce a series of hissing sounds like before. Because maintaining his ethereal form did not consume much magic power, Ivan used this method to patrol the area to prevent anyone from causing trouble. The unicorn's shadow passed through the wall and easily spotted the figure at the door. Ivan's mouth twitched. Doggett knew all about the newspaper and waved his hand, looking guilty.
Althea, this is all my fault. If young Ivan hadn't intervened 2 days ago, I might have been caught by those enforcers.
Alicia was about to accuse Doggett of involving Ivan in a dangerous battle, but she froze when she heard him. Didn't the newspaper say that he single-handedly killed 5 law enforcers? It sounded as if Ivan had done it. Alicia turned to look suspiciously up the stairs. She remembered someone saying that they were only doing minor support work.
What little Ivan didn't tell you?
Daggett asked when he saw what she was doing. He had asked Ivan to keep the news to himself so that he could personally come to him to apologize after the matter was settled. However, there were some discrepancies between the plan and the actual actions that followed. There was no way to hide such a big matter, so he decided to make a bigger deal out of it and blame it on himself. He thought Ivan would have told Alicia after the news came out.
No, so what's going on?
Alicia ground out. Dugster felt guilty and had no intention of hiding the truth. He recounted how he had drunk too much and caused a commotion at the wizarding market. The use of the unicorn's shadow by Ivan during the battle still impressed Doggett.
This is the first time I've ever known the Hales to have such a powerful charm. No wonder they used Dementors.
Did the Hales family have such a powerful charm? Why didn't I know? Isaiah was baffled, especially when Doggett claimed that the Evans had used a powerful charm similar to the summoning guard to take out several enforcers without even having to show themselves. It must be noted that the wizards of the wizarding market were professionally trained law enforcement officers, and although they were somewhat inferior to the Aurors of the Ministry of Magic, they were definitely superior to the average wizard.
I don't think even that one could have done it at this age.
Muttered Doggett, remembering someone he feared.
By the way, how come I've never seen you use this spell before?
Dugat asked curiously.
That's because I'm not very good at it, either,
Said Isaiah, looking bemused, but not denying the claim that Unicorn's shadow was the Hala's inherited charm.
That's true, charms of this level also require talent.
Dugster nodded, thinking that Ija was referring to the fact that Ivan was the only member of the House of Hales capable of such a mysterious and powerful spell. Alicia was silent for a while. She didn't know how to deal with Dugat's imagination, so she turned and shouted upstairs.
Ivan howls.
Chapter 108, It's this book that taught me bad things.
That's just a bit special.
Isaiah wondered if Ivan might have misinterpreted the term.
Headmaster Dugat, have you reached an agreement with the wizarding market?
After glaring at Ivan for a moment, Alicia turned to look at Doggart.
Something like that.
At this point, Doggett's face was filled with pride. He had used this incident to make a name for himself in Knockoff Alley. From now on, not many people would dare to provoke him.
Are you sure?
Alicia asked, frowning. A pureblood wizarding family valued dignity above all else.
I'm a member of the Bohan family, after all, and they have to take care of me.
Douglas said with a sigh.
Didn't you tell me you'd been disowned by the Bohan family?
Alicia asked.
But not many people know that, do they?
Dugat laughed at himself. He had not expected to have to rely on his family's reputation after being disowned. The Bohans, which Bohans? Yvonne searched her memory. It seemed that none of the prominent families were named Bohan. It occurred to Ivan that he had seen a reference to this name in one of the Hogwarts books. Mungo Bohan.
So it's all settled now.
Ivan said, relieved at the thought.
I think so, at least on the surface. They won't get into trouble with us again.
Dugster nodded, then hesitated.
I'm not sure the purebloods are going to try to trip us up in private, though. Especially since the Ministry of Magic has been looking into the proliferation of dark magic items lately.
You're worried they'll put pressure on the ministry, find Knockturn Alley.
Said Alicia, frowning.
That's right, a lot of people in Knockturn Alley know that we're on good terms, and I've only got one rundown house, so I don't have anything against it, but it's different with you, so I'm a little worried.
He sighed, which was why he had come today.
The Ministry of Magic can reach here.
Ivan wondered.
Strictly speaking, Knockturn Alley is also within the Ministry's jurisdiction, except that it's too messy and there's not much profit to be had, so the Ministry has been left alone.
After answering Ivan's questions, Doggett turned to Alicia.
Although it's only a possibility, you have to be on guard against it. In any case, you may have to remove all of the dark magic items from the shelves or suspend their operation for a while.
Headmaster Duguet, have you reached an agreement with the wizarding market? After glaring at Ivan for a moment, Alicia turned to look at Doggart. Something like that.
There are 1,000 galleons in there, which should be enough for your purposes in the meantime.
No, just remember to drink less next time,
Said Alicia, shaking her head. It was clear to Alicia that, for a hard-drinking, gambling man like Doggett, 1,000 galleons was all he had left. After a while of persuasion, Duggart was unable to keep the bag of money, so he left angrily. Since he had caused trouble, he had to deal with the aftermath. Ivan and Alicia were left alone in the shop. Yvonne's face was grim, her mind still on the bad news from Daggett. Business in the shop was already bad enough due to the ministry's patrols, but now there might not even be one for a while. As he was thinking about it, Ivan felt a chill run down his spine. He looked up and saw that it was Alicia looking at him.
Now will you tell me what the hell is going on?
Alicia's face was red with anger, and she opened her mouth as if to curse, but all that came out was a sigh. Ivan was silent for a while, thinking about the crescent moon pendant that Alicia had given him and wondering if he had been too guarded against her. As a semi-traveler, Ivan was able to sort through his memories by learning occlumency, but this did not mean that he was able to accept everything. He was merely disguising his appearance in his memory with a tinge of guilt. After all, when he first came to this world, his worst fear was that his original dark wizard mother would find out that he was an imposter. Risking the dangers of the bloodline fusion ritual in order to save his own skin in the worst-case scenario against a furious Alicia. However, Ivan was touched by Alicia's trust and concern for him. After thinking about it, he felt that he might be able to return the favor.
Mom,
Bloodline origin.
Ivan said, turning and waving his wand. In the small room on the second floor, the suitcase in the corner suddenly shook, and a heavy book flew out of the suitcase, spinning all the way into Ivan's hand.
what's this?
Asked Isaiah. She could not understand why Ivan would suddenly take out a book, but when she looked at it, she saw that it was an old book with slightly yellowed pages.
I found this book in the restricted section. I relied on it to gain many magical powers, so I kept it with me and never returned it.
Chapter 109, Hala's Odd Magical Items Shop.
How come there are a few pages missing from this book?
Alicia asked as she reached the last page of the book, only to find that the key pages had been torn off.
I didn't think it was safe to keep it with me, so I tore out the key pages and burned them. I only kept the exact method of fusion in my head.
Ivan thought about it but didn't tell the truth, as he couldn't explain how he had obtained the recipe for the bloodline fusion potion. Alicia nodded. The fewer people who knew about this level of secrecy, the better. Ivan was being cautious, but he was not wrong. However, when she thought about it carefully, she realized that something was wrong.
So you found a random book in the restricted section and dared to fuse your blood according to its instructions.
Have you forgotten what I taught you? What if it's nonsense?
Alicia said angrily, pinching Ivan's cheek.
But this book says it's quite reasonable.
Ivan said gloomily, but he was complaining in his heart. He couldn't say that he had indeed acknowledged the system.
No, it's better than I thought.
Ivan hurriedly shook his head and patted his chest to show that after fusing his blood, his talent had exploded and his strength had increased rapidly. Furthermore, one only needed to concentrate to greatly increase the speed at which one's mind worked. One would be able to learn all kinds of charms at once, but it would consume a lot of energy, score points. Ivan attributed almost all of his abnormalities to the merging of his blood vessels. It was hard for Alicia to believe the benefits of merging bloods, but there it was. After all, it was mentioned in the Bloodline origin that this method could improve a wizard's talent.
That mysterious spell that Gert said you used to defeat the enforcement squad was your newly acquired blood magic.
Asked Isaiah. It took her a long time to absorb this information, but she was able to remember.
Yes.
Ivan waved his wand, showing off his bloodline magic, Unicorn's Shadow, in front of Alicia for the first time. Wisps of white mist poured out of the tip of the wand and converged into an illusory, holy creature. It stepped on the void, surrounded by white mist and light, and raised its neck, faintly emitting a powerful aura. With a thought, Ivan's illusory patroness charged towards the table and chairs on the right, moving as fast as lightning, leaving a long white trail in its wake. In the blink of an eye, he moved to a chair and his illusory body passed through it. Then, his body flew out from the corner of the chair, and in the next second he passed through another chair.
It's just a shame that materializing takes so much magic that I can't use it more than a few times.
Ivan didn't think it was a big deal. In fact, he was so frustrated with the sheer amount of magic that he seemed to collapse after every battle.
You'll get more when you're older,
Said Alicia, rolling her eyes at him. How could there be no limit to how powerful a spell could be? Ivan nodded reluctantly, but the natural magic was growing too slowly. However, the display of blood magic and the publication of the origin of the bloodline were merely attempts to allay Ethia's suspicions. Thus, Ivan asked the question that had been bothering him.
If the Ministry of Magic is going to get to the bottom of the problem of the proliferation of dark magical objects, why don't we just make some defensive or support-type magical objects?
Just like the crescent moon pendant you gave me.
It's not as simple as you think. You'll see when I teach you the ancient runes tomorrow,
Said Alicia, shaking her head. As for now, let's pack up the dark magic items in the shop. With questions in mind, Ivan and Alicia removed the items from the shelves and placed them in a large suitcase in the basement to be moved elsewhere. During the transportation process, Ivan came into contact with many of these dark magical objects. Using the identification function of the system, he was able to easily see their effects. Most of them were cursed or triggered, with all kinds of strange effects. There were exquisite rings that could bring bad luck to the wearer for a period of time, and there were also fake hands that could trigger corrosive magic after being injected with magic, which amazed Ivan. If he could get his hands on a full set of magical items like Alicia, coupled with the power of the bloodline magic Unicorn's Shadow, he was confident that he would be able to defeat even some dark wizards. There would be no need to hide behind the scenes and shoot every time. This was the reason why Ivan wanted to learn how to make magical objects. After placing the last skull-shaped magical sculpture in the basement, Ivan came out to find Alicia standing in the doorway with a wooden sign next to her. Ivan came out curious and saw that the wooden sign was covered in dirt and dust.
Clean it up.
Chapter 110, Magical Shop Reformation Plan.
Why is this the name of our shop?
Ivan asked, turning to look at Alicia with a confused expression on his face.
It's an apt name, don't you think? It can't be called the Dark Arts Store, can it? The ministry wouldn't let a name like that pass muster.
Ivan looked at Alicia suspiciously, thinking that she must have thought of it when she registered the shop, or else she wouldn't have kept the shop sign in the corner until today, when she learned of the ministry's possible review.
Well, that's it for today,
Said Alicia, dusting herself off and re-entering the shop, her cheeks flushed. She should never have named the shop after it.
Can I take this sign off first?
Ivan asked with a sigh, sitting down at the counter with his book and glancing at the almost empty shop. Rows and rows of shelves were empty, except for one or two magical objects on a few shelves.
This can't go on.
Why is this the name of our shop? Ivan asked, turning to look at Alicia with a confused expression on his face. It's an apt name, don't you think? It can't be called the Dark Arts Store, can it? The ministry wouldn't let a name like that pass muster. Ivan looked at Alicia suspiciously, thinking that she must have thought of it when she registered the shop, or else she wouldn't have kept the shop sign in the corner until today, when she learned of the ministry's possible review. "Well, that's it for today," said Alicia, dusting herself off and re-entering the shop, her cheeks flushed. She should never have named the shop after it.
Does the ministry inspection take place after a month?
Ivan muttered to himself, scanning the mission details. He expected it to be earlier.
Is it really that hard?
Ivan wondered.
Of course, and it's very dull, so you'd better be prepared to suffer. I'd be happy if you could learn the basics in a month.
Alicia tapped Ivan on the head with a spoon to stop him from daydreaming. "I'm a fast learner," Ivan thought to himself, especially when he wanted to be a straight-A student. After a quick breakfast, Alicia decided to close the shop since she had to teach Ivan how to make magical objects. After entering the work area in the basement, Alicia did not start teaching immediately, but asked first.
What do you think of the process of releasing a spell?
Guiding the magic in your body with your wand, along with gestures and spells.
Ivan replied after a moment's thought.
Not bad, like the levitation charm.
Alicia explained as she gently waved her wand to levitate a carving knife. Floating an object is the ultimate effect of the spell, and all we have to do is use gestures and spells to let the magic within us know that we want the object to float. Yvonne nodded. Combining this with the book she had been reading for the past few days, she had an idea. If the body is a pistol, the magic is the bullet. The incantation and gesture are the action of loading the gun and pulling the trigger.
In other words, magical objects take the place of gestures and spells, and all we need to do is inject some magic into them, and we'll be able to cast magic.
Ivan concluded.
That's a good one.
Chapter 111. Learning magic words is really too hard. Since Ivan was quick on the uptake, Alicia spilled the beans. More accurately, we can do this by means of magical texts, each of which has a specific meaning, and by arranging certain texts in a specific way, the magic in one's body can be used to interpret gestures and spells in order to release the desired magic.
What if we could just tell the magic what we want to do?
Ivan asked, suddenly remembering the magical state he had been in.
That would involve wandless casting and knowledge of non-charm spells, which only a few wizards are capable of.
Alicia explained, then reminded Ivan not to bite off more than he could chew. After a brief explanation of how magical tools were made, Alicia placed the carving knife in Ivan's hand. Finally, a stone tablet was placed on the work table. There were more than 100 different ancient runes engraved on it, but only half of them were annotated at the bottom, and only 30 of them were detailed. The vast majority of annotated runes were associated with death, corrosion, and pain, with only a few representing positive attributes such as protection and isolation. Seeing this, Ivan finally understood why most of the dark arts items created by Alicia were dark arts.
Next, try inscribing these runes on the wood. Practice the first one today until you can inscribe the entire rune.
Alicia said, pointing to the board on the table. Ivan picked up the carving knife and experimented with carving symbols into the wood, which did not seem difficult. Despite never having experienced this before, Ivan was patient enough to complete the first character after a dozen failures. It was just that it looked a little crooked, and the carvings were all different. Ivan, of course, was not satisfied with this kind of magic, so he continued to work hard. However, inscribing complicated runes on wood was not an easy task, and it took more than a day or two to learn how to do it. Ivan tried dozens of times to do it, but to no avail. Ding, after some practice, your alchemy proficiency has increased. Current level, 196 out of 2000. Hearing the prompt in his head, Ivan paused his practice of inscribing and became very frustrated. After practicing for more than 3 hours, his alchemy proficiency had only increased by a few dozen points. It was clear that inscribing runes required a lot of effort and time to improve. A few days.
It's so hard to learn magic.
Ivan exclaimed. It had taken him 200 GPA and 2 hours to get to where he was with his experience card, but he hadn't expected the runes to be so substandard. When he exited this state, wouldn't the carvings be even worse? This thought made Ivan work even harder. Alicia was speechless and quickly interrupted.
Now you can infuse your magic into the carving knife and engrave the magic words on this piece of you. Try again.
It can also be infused with magic.
Chapter 112, I'll give you the book, learn it yourself. After the carving knife was injected with magic, the operation became more and more difficult. If one was not careful and injected too much magic, or if one used too much force, the carving knife would have to be recarved. Even with the experience card's speed of mind mode, Ivan had to go through 2 failures before he was able to inscribe the runes onto the U the 3rd time. After carving it, Ivan tried to inject magic into it, and the runes immediately reacted, emitting a faint black aura. Ivan turned to Alicia and asked,
Is this a success?
Acacia nodded reflexively, staring at the magical runes on the U wood. It was too fast. She remembered the first time she had inscribed a complete rune on a U and activated it. How long had it taken? 2 months.
Writing runes is just the basics. The really hard part is learning how to arrange them.
Ivan nodded solemnly and prepared to return to his GPA and begin his arduous studies.
Are you sure you understand?
Asked Isaiah in disbelief.
Of course, if one were to create a corrosive magical object, for example, one would be able to arrange them in the formula 11,367.
Is this a success? Acacia nodded reflexively, staring at the magical runes on the U wood. It was too fast. She remembered the first time she had inscribed a complete rune on a U and activated it. How long had it taken? 2 months.
Mom,
Yvonne asked eagerly.
here's the book, learn it yourself.
Said Alicia, throwing a copy of Advanced Magical Studies on the table. She remembered what she had been planning to teach these days. Is Ivan supposed to engrave 1 or 2 basic runes on a board? Now that Ivan had learned most of the things she had worked so hard on over the years, she had to sort out the things that were truly hidden away. Otherwise, she did not know how else to teach. After Acacia left the work area with a strange expression on her face, Ivan began to seriously study his newly acquired advanced explanations of magic. For a moment, all kinds of strange ideas came to him, and he even wondered if he could crack some simple magic sequences on his own. However, just as he was about to act, Ivan suddenly felt that his various ideas had been forcibly interrupted. He was stunned for a moment.
What was I trying to do?
Ding, experience card mode has expired. Do you want to renew it?
No, get out.
Chapter 113, Lucius Malfoy. But where did George and Fred acquire their knowledge? Could it be in the restricted section at Hogwarts? Yvonne thought it was likely. The restricted section was vast, and the number of books he had browsed through in his entire school year was perhaps less than 1 in 10,000. It is normal to have some books on ancient magical texts, as there is even knowledge of Horcruxes.
Hello, welcome to the strange magical items shop in Hales. How may I help you?
Ivan was stunned for a moment. The person was wearing a black wizard's robe and had light golden hair. His face was frighteningly pale. When he entered the shop, the snake-shaped cane in his right hand hit the ground with a dull thud.
Is Mrs. Hales not in the shop?
Lucius Malfoy's indifferent gray eyes swept around the shop, and he was sharp enough to see that there was something different about it than on his previous visits. Most of the shop was empty, except for a few magical objects.
Present.
Ivan said before continuing.
But now I'm the acting owner, Mr. Malfoy, and you can talk to me if you need anything.
Lucius Malfoy waved his hand impatiently.
Listen, son, I've got a big deal to discuss. Go get your mother.
He had no interest in wasting time with a brat.
Is Mr. Malfoy planning to sell some dark magic items?
Ivan asked bluntly. Lucius hesitated for a moment, then nodded.
Then my mother would never agree to it, and Mr. Malfoy would probably know about the Ministry's latest big move, so we're not going to be buying any large quantities of dark stuff for a while.
Yvonne refused.
Surely the Ministry of Magic doesn't go so far as to look up Knockoff Alley.
Lucius asked, dropping his contempt at Ivan's methodical manner.
It would seem that Mr. Malfoy does not know much about what goes on in Knockturn Alley.
Ivan shook his head. Lucius was silent. He had been too busy with the contraband in his house to care about Knockturn Alley. Ivan didn't say much, other than that the Ministry of Magic might find out about Knockturn Alley, and that was why the shop had removed the inappropriate magical items. Lucius grimaced. If Ivan was right, they were in trouble. He had been to one of the 3 dark arts shops in Knockturn Alley, the one owned by the goblin, who had refused to help him deal with dark objects. The owner of Borgin and Burke's was difficult to deal with, and Lucius thought he might take advantage of the situation to lower the price. That was why he had come here to give it a try. If it didn't work out, he would go there. However, Ivan told him that the Ministry of Magic would be patrolling Knockturn Alley. Lucius, unaware that the Ministry would only check this particular dark arts shop, assumed that Fudge was planning to clean Knockturn Alley. Lucius's face darkened as he prepared to leave, intending to find his old friends and see if he could leave it to them.
Just a moment, Mr. Malfoy,
said Ivan, his eyes resting briefly on the diary Lucius was holding in his left hand.
What is it?
Lucius Malfoy stopped.
We can't buy a lot of your stuff, but we'll be fine with a few more in stock,
Ivan said in a cheerful tone, rather than keeping his usual calm expression.
Especially if there are any new and interesting magical objects.
Lucius shook his head to himself. He had thought this young wizard was very mature and wished Draco were like this. He did not expect that she was still a child and would be exposed after saying a few more words. Lucius opened his mouth, intending to refuse, as he needed to sell them in bulk and did not have the time to sell them one by one. Remembering the notebook in his hand, Lucius hesitated, suddenly realizing that this was a good opportunity to deal with trouble.
What do you think of this?
Chapter 114. Do you want to do it soft or hard? Ivan stared at the Horcrux diary for a while, a million thoughts racing through his mind, before finally asking a question, feigning curiosity.
This looks like a book, a notebook. What does it do? I'm not sure.
Lucius said vaguely.
All I know is that it's dark magic. If you want it, I can sell it to you cheap.
Yvonne pursed her lips, thinking that old Malfoy was being very easy on a young wizard like her. Even if it was someone's study notes, it was better to be able to answer questions automatically than to be dry like this. Unbeknownst to Ivan, however, Lucius did not know how to use the Horcrux diary. After all, this was something that the Dark Lord had personally given him to keep. Perhaps there was something terrifying inside. Thus, Lucius kept it in a secret place and never touched it again. It was not until this year, when he heard that the Ministry was going to investigate the proliferation of dark materials, that he decided to take it out and dispose of it somewhere, lest the Ministry find out about his connection to the Dark Lord.
Are you going to do it or not?
Lucius demanded when Ivan gave him an odd look.
Since it's impossible to determine what it does, it's possible that it's nothing more than a regular diary. How about this, a copper narthex?
Ivan asked after a moment of thought. Lucius burst out laughing, a bronze nut. Even a Muggle book cost more than that, and this was a dark magic item.
The Ministry of Magic investigates dark objects, Mr. Malfoy. I'm trying to help you with your troubles.
Ivan pretended to be a snobby businessman looking for an opportunity to squeeze the price down, but due to his young age, the proposed price was childish and ridiculous, completely ruining the mood for negotiations. However, it was this display that made Lucius decide. Lucius gave Ivan a long look, then put down the diary, picked up the bronze nut from the table, gripped his serpentine cane, and left. Once outside, Lucius tossed the nut into the bushes, which was the stupidest deal he had ever made in his life. A bronze nut sold an item of dark magic.
Two nat come flying.
A round, slightly rusty coin flew out of the bushes nearby and landed in Ivan's hand. Lucius did not try to hide the fact that he threw a bronze nut. He merely expressed his disdain, and Ivan was not in the habit of disdaining a bronze nut. No matter how little, it was still money.
It would seem that you are worthless to Mr. Malfoy.
Ivan placed the coin on the table and turned it, sighing. Ivan was also wondering how he should approach the Horcrux diary. Embracing softness. Dear Mr. Tom Marvolo Riddle, I am your junior from over 50 years ago. Have you ever broken a book collection in school?
How about a more direct approach?
Chapter 115, Tom, you're overconfident. The ink began to change again, perhaps because Ivan's questions frightened it. Are you a student at Hogwarts? Let me guess, you're at Slytherin? Then I should be your senior. If you have any homework questions, feel free to ask me no matter what. No, actually, I'm in Gryffindor, Ivan grumbled to himself. Between the lines, Yvonne could feel Tom Riddle bursting with confidence. However, it made sense. In Tom's 5th year, he was able to command a top-of-the-line magical creature, a basilisk, split its soul to create its first Horcrux, and achieved his first small goal of immortality. Yvonne thought for a moment, then began to write in her diary about a problem that she had been wondering about for a long time. What is the nature of magic? For a long moment, the ink Ivan left in his notebook did not move. Perhaps finding the question a little too difficult, Ivan paused again before continuing. What about the recipe for Felix Felicis? Felix Felicis could make anyone who drank it extremely lucky for 12 hours, and was a potion that Ivan had always wanted to brew, but even those in the restricted section could not find a recipe for it. Therefore, he was looking forward to the diary's answer. However, to Ivan's disappointment, Tom Riddle did not give him an answer. What happened to knowing everything, liar? In fact, the Horcrux was completely baffled by Ivan's questions. It was only in its 5th year, so how could it possibly know the nature of magic? The recipe for Felix Felicis was known only to a select few potioneers, and even an erudite man would not have been able to produce it out of thin air for Ivan. When neither answer was answered, Ivan realized that the Dark Lord in his youth was not as heaven-defying as he thought. So the next questions were easy, just basic charm questions. The Horcrux finally reacted, reforming Ivan's writings into an answer. Perhaps because he was embarrassed by the first 2 questions, or perhaps because he wanted to gain some trust, Tom Riddle's answers were very detailed, even including some of the techniques he had learned. After a short conversation, a series of system prompts sounded in Ivan's mind. Ding, after a period of study, your proficiency in the armor charm has increased greatly.
It's finally done.
Ivan turned the gloves over and over, liking them more and more. Ivan didn't think much of the system's flaws, as they were intended to be sold, and cost only 5 sickles. It was already very good to have such an effect. As for the damage to items, the ministry could always buy another batch after one.
You've already deciphered the text.
Asked a shocked Alicia. A week ago, Ivan had told her that he had seen several ancient runes at Hogwarts and was going to study them, but Alicia didn't seem to mind, as deciphering them was a lengthy task.
It's not all that hard, you know.
Ivan shrugged, shamelessly ignoring the instructions of the Horcrux diary. Due to Ivan's apparent talent for self-improvement, Isaiah was not surprised to learn that Ivan made anti-curse gloves. Yvonne had read the system's introduction, but it certainly wasn't as clear as trying it yourself. They soon arrived at the training ground in the basement.
So,
Yvonne asked, standing on the training ground and slipping on a pair of protective gloves.
isn't it normal for a researcher to experiment with their product?
Chapter 116, We Are Friends.
Come on.
Ivan said, gathering himself and locking eyes with Alicia.
Throat-locking Tilda.
Alicia waved her wand, starting with the simplest of the offensive charms. There was a brief flash of light from the charm, and Ivan felt his body jerk slightly as a ring-shaped rune embedded in his left glove lit up. In the next instant, the spell's light rebounded back the way it had come, and Isaiah was able to dodge it. Isaiah then gradually increased the strength of the spell, and Ivan resisted it until Isaiah used the inverted golden bell, and the gloves began to show signs of damage. Ivan swayed violently, barely resisting the effects of the inverted golden bell.
It's a very useful prop, and it seems to have the same effect as the armor charm,
said Alicia appreciatively.
No, it's much weaker than that.
Ivan shook his head. As one of the developers who had first-hand experience with the effects of the anti-curse gloves, Ivan knew their weaknesses. Compared to an all-encompassing shield charm, the gloves required one to look the wearer in the eye before they could be cast, and they could not defend against dark magic that was too strong. However, the greatest advantage of this magical tool was its suddenness. Just think about it, when two wizards fought, one did not have a defensive spell but was able to bounce back the spell. If the other did not react in time, they would suffer the consequences and be defeated on the spot.
It would be perfect if it could be improved.
Ivan rubbed his chin as he considered the improved concentration scheme. He now knew more than 40 runes. Most of them were taught by Professor Alicia, while others were copied from the Horcrux diary in a variety of combinations. With another 2 weeks or so to go before the Ministry of Magic arrived, Yvonne thought she might be able to come up with a few more. He couldn't just rely on a pair of anti-curse gloves, could he? Due to the success of the anti-curse gloves, Ivan was able to easily convince Alicia to work on a new magical device. Together with Tom Riddle in the Horcrux, the three of them made rapid progress in the study of the various runes. Almost every 2 or 3 days, a new formula was discovered, and Ivan was so happy that he almost forgot himself.
Looking for information about the outside world.
Yvonne asked, staring at the diary in silence. In fact, the fact that Tom Riddle had put up with it so long before making the offer surprised Ivan. For the past few days, he had been asking questions almost like a madman and had gained a great deal of knowledge. The other party only managed to obtain a few magical formulae, as well as a set of magical items such as the anti-curse gloves. They may be particularly precious to others, but they are useless to Tom Riddle. Yes, the Malfoys kept the diary in their trunk after they got it, so I'd like to know more about the outside world. Traces of black ink appeared on the paper, lingered for a few seconds, then changed directions. Aren't we friends? You'll tell me, won't you? Of course.
Thanks a lot, Tom.
Chapter 117, The Weakest Alchemical Creature. 2 weeks passed in the blink of an eye, in the midst of a fulfilling study and discussion. By the time Ivan had finished crafting the anti-spell items, there were only 3 days remaining until the Ministry's patrols arrived. The shelves of the shop were once empty, but now they were filled with exquisite magical objects, most of which Ivan had worked on with Alicia and Tom Riddle. A few others were sent by the brothers George and Fred.
They're not exactly idle these days, are they?
Yvonne exclaimed as she opened the package and examined its contents. He recalled that George and Weasley had only produced dungbombs and quills before leaving school, and had not expected to have produced so many interesting things in their first month off. I wonder how they managed to do their research under Mrs. Weasley's nose.
Well,
Ivan rubbed his chin, trying to think of a code word they could use, then realized something and pointed his wand at the blank page.
I swear I didn't do anything good.
The ripples of magic spread through the center of the page, and lines of text appeared on the surface.
That's it.
Ivan said with a smile. He had seen similar protective spells on the Marauders map and was surprised to learn that the pair had managed to cast one. In contrast, the accompanying pages were not as special as the Marauders map and were made of the most common parchment rather than a magical instrument. After a few glances, Ivan was surprised to find that the Weasleys had included instructions on how to make each item on a piece of paper. Ivan made a mental note of this trust and proceeded to examine the method of making puffskins. After reading it, Ivan realized that the alchemical version of puffskein was actually similar to some intelligent, retarded robots in the Muggle world, only capable of performing simple actions based on planned procedures. Arthur Weasley, the father of George and Fred Weasley, was a Muggle who worked for the Ministry of Magic's Muggle Misuse of Goods Bureau. Ringing.
What can I do for you, Dean Doggart?
Yvonne asked as she put down Cutie's puffskin.
I've got word that Ministry patrols will be here in 2 or 3 days,
said Daggett urgently, frowning. When he entered the room, he noticed that there was something different about it, but he did not look at it closely.
It's been so many days, why haven't you gotten rid of these dark objects? Where's Alicia?
Headmaster Dugat, this is a proper wizarding shop. There are no such things as dark magic.
Ivan interrupted Doggett with a stern expression, then continued.
Although we set up shop in Knockturn Alley, we have a strong desire for light. Therefore, we have been working on the study of the prevention of dark magic, now that we have some results.
Do you need a pair, Superintendent?
Yvonne asked, indicating the shelves that stood out in the back. Doggett looked confused. Was he in the wrong place or had the boy taken the wrong medicine?
Save that for the ministry,
Said Alicia, who had appeared behind Ivan and was ruffling his hair. Alicia was quite frustrated, as she had no idea why Ivan had so many strange ideas at such a young age. What exactly did the current Hogwarts professors teach in class? However, when Alicia thought about it, Ivan did have a point. Perhaps she could use it to her advantage.
I'm just rehearsing. What do you think of the effect, Dean Duguet?
Chapter 118, There's not much profit from this.
So, what happened in the month that I was away?
Duggart asked, looking around in bewilderment. For example, there were pink, furry, and jumping balls around Ivan, as well as conspicuous protective gloves and cloaks, as well as a large number of magical objects that he had never seen before.
We had no choice.
Ivan said, his voice light.
Dark magic was no longer easy to sell, so my mother and I had to work on something that was.
However, Doggett was not convinced. He had known Alicia for many years, and he knew how difficult it was to develop a new type of magic. He had only been away for a month, not a year, and this place had suddenly changed to legitimate business. Wasn't the change too fast? After personally trying out several magical items, Doggett was convinced, particularly Ivan's latest product, the protective ring. All it took was a little bit of magic to create a 360-degree magical barrier similar to the shield charm. Doggett was very envious. If used well, this was a life-saving artifact. Thus, Doggett asked the question while licking his lips.
How much for this? 60 galleons.
Said Ivan.
Wow, that's expensive. Can't you get it cheaper?
Duguet asked. A month ago, he would have bought it without batting an eye. However, he could not do so now. In order to get through to the Ministry of Magic, he had to spend hundreds of galleons to get accurate information about the Ministry's patrols.
It can't be helped. Just the materials alone cost a lot of galleons. There's not much profit in selling one.
Ivan explained that the protective ring was an enhanced version of the anti-curse gloves and was considered the most advanced of all the magical items he had created. At the same time, Ivan also discovered that the more powerful a magical tool was, the more expensive the magical materials required. Otherwise, the magical fluctuations caused by the activation of the magical runes would instantly destroy the cheap magical materials. Doggett lowered his protective ring in disappointment. He knew enough about magical tools to know that Ivan was telling the truth. Alicia rolled her eyes. The cost of a protective ring was only 9 galleons, but someone had always believed that their labor cost was 50 galleons, so they made a galleon.
What's this?
Asked Isaiah, who was distracted by the pink stuffed ball on Ivan's shoulder.
Puff velvet, an alchemical creature sent by 2 friends. It's for sale in the shop.
Ivan replied casually, toying with the pink stuffed ball.
Alchemy creatures, do they have any special abilities?
Alicia asked, her eyes lighting up. Doggett looked over curiously. He had only read about the legendary alchemical creatures, and it was rumored that there were many of them in the home of the alchemist Nick Flamel. Yvonne said, cocking her head.
That's rubbish, isn't it? Who'd buy something like that?
Duguet's lip curled in disdain, but then he saw Alicia snatch the puffskin away from Ivan's shoulder.
I think it's interesting, I can study it.
Alicia tried to reach out and poke the puffskin, and it began to turn into a pink ball. Ivan watched helplessly as his new toy was taken from him, but there was nothing he could do about it. Sigh.
I'm sure the ministry inspectors will be shocked to see them. Maybe I just feel like I need to add something.
Ivan looked around, still not satisfied. There was still too little. The Weasleys sent something interesting, but only for a specific group of people. He was prepared to make a killing. Remembering that he still had around 300 achievement points left, Ivan asked.
What if I made some potions and sold them here? You want to sell potions? I should have told you before, that requires a high level of potion making.
Daggett frowned.
Don't worry, the potion I brew is very stable. It won't be any worse than what regular shops sell.
Ivan said confidently.
That's easy for you to say. Potions are not for sale in passing. Only wizards and witches who have passed the test are allowed to sell them.
Dugat dismissed Ivan's suggestion.
Do you qualify for that?
Yvonne asked suddenly.
Of course.
Daggett said proudly. He received this certificate shortly after his graduation from St. Mungo's, when he was employed in the Ministry of Magic.
Then what are we afraid of? If anyone asks, just say you put it there to sell for them.
Chapter 119, That's What the Half-Blood Prince Taught Me. Ivan looked around curiously as they walked down Diagon Alley. A tall, castle-like building came into view. It was bustling with people, and the shiny bronze doors opened inwards. A few goblins in scarlet gold uniforms stood guard on either side of the doors, looking around warily and bowing politely to guests. This was the first time he had ever been there, not counting his memories, and he was naturally interested in everything. Along the way, Ivan saw the ancient Ollivander's wand shop and flourish and blots. However, that was not where they were going, and Ivan only took a few more glances before turning back and stopping at Partridge's.
If you want a cauldron, I've got some. I don't need another one,
said Doggett. Yvonne ignored him and went in, and Dugat sighed and had to follow. Since it was not yet time for the wizards to start school, there were not many customers in the shop. The manager, Pat, tried to sell them the recently popular pure gold cauldrons, but Ivan refused without hesitation.
The tinfoil will do, give me 3.
Ivan placed money on the counter from the pocket of his wizard's robe, using the hush money that Dugat had given him.
5.
The Partridge shopkeeper was shocked. This was the first time he had seen a young wizard buy so many cauldrons. He turned to look at Doggett, thinking that this was probably just a child's joke.
Why did you buy so many cauldrons?
Asked Doggett, equally baffled.
To speed up the brewing, of course.
Ivan glanced sideways at him, picked a few cauldrons in the shop, paid for them, and left. He went to the herb shop not far away, intending to buy more, and soon had spent almost all of his dozen galleons. Doggett was still trying to dissuade Ivan from using 5 cauldrons at once.
Making a potion is a delicate task that must not be distracted. I can tell you from my many years of experience that a potion made from multiple cauldrons is destined to fail.
Ivan ignored him, and as soon as he got home, he eagerly went into the basement work area and found an empty space to begin the preparations. Doggett gritted his teeth in frustration and decided that if there was anything wrong with Ivan's potions, he would get his hands dirty and get a batch of potions to replace the ones Ivan had brewed, lest his own were ruined. Stepping into the work area, Ivan did not immediately begin brewing the potion, but instead used a carving knife to modify the new cauldrons and brewing tools. Doggett was baffled and tried to interrupt several times to ask about the situation, but to no avail. 2 hours later, to Doggett's surprise, Ivan continued to wave his wand like the conductor of a Muggle band. The ingredients, which had been placed aside and distributed according to type, spontaneously jumped into the cauldron. Slicing and grinding tools appeared one after another, levitating the ingredients, cutting them into the right size, grinding them into powder, and stirring them together. Daggett's eyes went round as he remembered Alicia's magical kitchen. However, brewing potions was not like cooking rice, it required subtle control.
Why did you join the peppermint? Did you get the recipe wrong? No, and peppermint increases the effects of the potion.
Ivan explained quietly, shaking his head.
That's impossible, I've never heard of it,
said Doggett in disbelief.
It was the half-blood prince who taught me.
Chapter 120, We Are Experienced Aurors. Ruthlessly, Doggett opened the bottle and took a sip. A faint minty aroma filled his mouth. This was quickly followed by a surge of natural happiness, which swept away all of Doggett's worries and his frown of worry over the ministry's inspection.
What a powerful potion,
muttered Doggett, a smile on his lips. The joy potion was not unheard of, but it was far less potent than Ivan's current brew. The most important thing was that while the effect was enhanced, It did not affect his normal thinking, but only his mood.
So what do you think? Can you sell this potion?
Yvonne asked, stopping after she had used up all the time in her experience card.
As long as it's advertised properly, it will definitely sell well, much better than the average potion shop.
Doggart had to admit that Ivan's skill at brewing medicine far exceeded his expectations. Previously, Doggart had been worried that Ivan would ruin his reputation by selling potions under his name, but now he thought differently. He was going to be famous.
Who the hell is this half-blood prince you're talking about?
Asked Doggett.
It's Severus Snape, professor of potions at Hogwarts.
Ivan began.
It's him, no wonder you were Snape's favorite student at school.
Doggett certainly knew Snape as a potions master. However, he had heard that Snape hated Gryffindor students, and since he was the one who had spread the rumors, it was unlikely they were true. Could it be that geniuses have special treatment? Doggett wondered. Ivan did not correct Doggett's misunderstanding, as his method of brewing the potion was indeed Snape's exclusive technique. Ivan was relieved to have Doggett's approval. It seemed that the standards for selling potions were much lower than he had expected, which meant that the potions he usually made would sell. Thus, under Dugster's shocked gaze, after brewing a few waves of potion in a fancy manner, Ivan suddenly used his knife to cut the potion bit by bit. In the face of Doggett's questioning, Ivan claimed that he wanted to create a potion hierarchy in order to create normal potions at different prices so that everyone could afford the right ones. What Doggett did not know, however, was that Ivan felt it was a pity. 5 cauldrons was indeed too little. He could only brew a dozen bottles of potion in an hour. It was such a waste of his GPA. He must buy 10 more cauldrons tomorrow.
By the way, Dean Doggett, you should know how to brew these potions, right?
Ivan suddenly turned to look at Doggett.
Yes, of course.
Doggett was still recovering from his shock, and he nodded.
Then hurry up and help me brew some normal medicine to make up the numbers.
Ivan threw a medicine knife over. Doggett accepted it with a blank look on his face. He felt strangely out of place. He was the deputy director of St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries, and yet the potion he brewed was used as a substitute.
Are they modified to be cuter?
Because of this, Ivan was left alone to guard the shop. In the afternoon, not far from the shop, space distorted and 3 figures, 2 men and 1 woman, appeared in the alley.
This is Knockoff Alley,
said the young wizard, who looked to be in his early 20s, looking around.
It doesn't seem to be anything special, except for being deserted. Don't let your guard down, Ellison. Knockoff Alley is definitely the most dangerous place in the entire wizarding world.
The speaker was a strong-looking man with short, stiff hair, but his words were laced with worry. Seeing the non-committal expression on the Auror's face, he warned him again.
You've only been Aurors for a short time, so you may not be aware of the Ministry's attempt to rectify Knockoff Alley 10 years ago, which...
Ellison asked curiously.
Minister Fudge has not carried out a similar operation since more than a dozen Aurors were killed or injured.
Dawlish said with a sigh. Ellison gasped and looked around cautiously. Although the place was empty, he sensed danger everywhere.
Then let's get out of here, Captain.
Ellison said cautiously.
How can we do that?
Demanded the female Auror before Dawlish could reply.
We are Aurors, how could we give up our mission for fear of danger? Ellison, have you forgotten why we chose this profession in the first place?
Because of the higher wages, of course, Ellison thought.
Sony Ellison, stop arguing.
The captain, Dawlish, was having a terrible headache. The ministry had assigned him 2 team members who were either cowards or reckless, each more unreliable than the other. At times, Dawlish wondered if he had been abandoned by the ministry, or why he had been given such a dangerous task and assigned such a team to him.
All of you, listen to me. We're here to investigate the problem of the proliferation of dark magic items. Our target is the shop opposite. Someone reported that many of the dark magic items that are on the market are sold here.
Dawlish then continued with a heavy tone.
So this must be a dark arts shop, and you must be careful not to touch anything inside. In short, hold on to your wands. We are trained Aurors, and no matter what you encounter, do not panic.
Chapter 121, Is this the legendary dark arts shop?
Remember, be careful, be careful, be careful again. They're dark wizards, and they'll likely attack us the moment we walk through the door.
Dawlish whispered to them as they entered.
Yes.
Ellison and Sunny nodded like chickens pecking at rice. The three of them walked to the door, and the bell hanging on the door began to shake gently with the wind. Dawlish reacted as if he was facing a great enemy. He instinctively turned around and pointed his wand at the bell. Sunny and Ellison were able to react quickly to the situation and scrambled to learn Dawlish moves. In short, following the movements of a senior is never wrong.
Cough, cough.
Dawlish cleared her throat awkwardly and tried to find an excuse to get away with it.
Welcome to Strange Magical Things. How may I help you?
Inside the shop, Ivan looked at the three aurors who were pointing their wands at the front door as if they were facing a formidable enemy. He could not understand what they were trying to do to his door, but he still spoke enthusiastically. Ivan's perfect timing relieved the awkward atmosphere, and Dawlish quickly retrieved her wand, her face expressionless, pretending nothing had happened. Ellison and Sunny's attention instantly turned to Ivan. Before re-entering, Ellison wondered what the owner of the shop would be like. A grim-looking, bald wizard in strange clothes, or a witch with a strange smile on her face and a blind eye. They never expected to be greeted by a young wizard of 11 or 12.
Where's Mrs. Harles?
Dawlish frowned. He hadn't thought of that either, but his cautious attitude prevented him from letting his guard down. He recalled reading that the owner of this shop was a young witch.
Mom's upstairs, she'll be here soon.
Ivan explained, then came out from behind the counter and gestured to the trio.
Are you gentlemen and ladies here to buy something? I'm sure you'll be interested to hear about it.
Rossini tried to explain why she was here, but Dawlish stopped her. The tower-like man shook his head at the two team members.
That's right, we're here to buy things.
Ellison and Sunny immediately understood what Dawlish meant. The captain wanted them to pretend to be guests so that they could get information about the shop. Despite the fact that they were in uniform, the young wizard might not have known who they were.
This is a fake wand.
Ivan said, pointing to the nearest wand, which was made of wood.
What, you sell knockoffs here?
Sunny said angrily.
It's not a fake, can't you read the instructions?
Ivan said, speechless as the veins on his forehead bulged. Sunny immediately moved closer to take a look. Sure enough, there was a sign that showed how to use a fake wand.
Touch it and it turns into a toy made of rubber or white iron.
Sunny murmured. From the looks of it, there's nothing special about this, but there's definitely more to the dark arts than meets the eye.
Is it supposed to turn us into toys? That's horrible.
Sunny took a few steps back, looking horrified. Ellison was left speechless by this revelation. Ivan had no reply to that. Seeing how cowardly they were, he grabbed the fake wand in front of them. The trio noticed Ivan's movement and moved away from the wand, their eyes fixed on it. As everyone watched, Ivan touched the fake wand, and it transformed into a floppy rubber mouse, which the Weasleys had implanted with a sound spell that made it squeak. When Sunny saw the mouse, she screamed, but Ellison looked back at Dawlish with an odd expression.
Is that what you meant by dark arts item, Captain?
Chapter 122. Is this a protective ring? No, this is simply another life.
What's this?
Dawlish asked, noting the difference in the gloves. They looked like high-end magical props.
They're called anti-curse gloves, and they're our main product.
Ivan introduced them to Dawlish enthusiastically, then glanced at Ellison and Sunny.
If you don't like wearing gloves, change to a cloak or hat. Trust me, it will surprise your enemies. What does it do? Can it kill an enemy instantly upon contact? Or is it cursed or something?
Dawlish was instantly nervous, thinking that after seeing so many normal magical objects, he would be able to tell if they were cursed or not. He did not dare to underestimate the main product of a dark arts shop. One had to know that when he was on a mission to capture a dark wizard, the dark magic item in the dark wizard's hand was extremely powerful and killed one of his companions almost instantly. Seeing the Auror captain's reaction, Ellison and Sunny became equally nervous, their expressions tense to the extreme.
Kill the enemy, carry a curse. How? It's not like it's a dark item.
Ivan shook his head. Isn't this a dark arts shop? If not a dark arts shop, then what? Dawlish and the others were confused, but Ivan explained.
I said it's a pair of anti-curse gloves. As long as you're wearing them and staring into the other person's eyes, you'll be able to deflect the enemy's jinxes.
A counter curse? Are you sure it's not a jinx? Ellison opened his mouth to protest, wondering if they were in the wrong place and if this was still a dark arts shop.
It can really defend against jinxes.
Dawlish frowned.
Of course, would any of you like to give it a try?
Ivan asked as he removed his gloves. Ellison and the others were a little hesitant, as they had only heard about the gloves' effects from Ivan.
I'll do it, then.
Ivan was speechless at the sight of the three Aurors cowering in fear. Van shrugged and prepared to demonstrate.
Is this thing really as magical as you say?
At this moment, the bold Sunny gritted her teeth and directly snatched it over, asking curiously. After listening to Ivan for a long time, Sunny felt that the captain was definitely fooling them. This was not a dark arts shop. She thought it was quite normal. For example, the bottle of charm potion was very good.
Who's going to try and attack me?
Sunny said. Dawlish saw what was happening and gave Ellison a look, indicating that he should go on.
How about a tarantella first? To be honest, I've never seen you dance before, Sunny. It must be fun.
Ellison smiled, then raised her wand and cast the spell before Sunny could retort.
Tarantella.
Sunny was furious and was about to curse, because anyone who was hit with this spell was usually forced to perform a funny dance, and she didn't want to make a fool of herself here.
One of you get me out of this spell now.
Ellison yelled, breaking down. Sunny pursed her lips.
Who was it tried to embarrass her with that spell? Serves you right.
Then she looked at the glove on her right hand and was shocked. She did not expect it to work.
Curse stop.
Dawlish waved her wand to dispel Ellison's spell, then turned her attention to the ordinary glove. As an elite Auror of the Ministry of Magic, Dawlish knew exactly what a magical object that could reflect a spell meant.
How much is it?
Dawlish asked, although she knew she might be in a dark arts shop.
7 galleons.
Ivan exclaimed.
That's a lot of money, isn't it?
Sunny asked, curling her lip.
It's that cheap.
Sunny and Ellison froze, looking strangely at their Auror captain. This was the first time they had seen anyone complain about a product being too cheap. Ivan, on the other hand, knew exactly what Dawlish was trying to say. If the anti-curse gloves could withstand jinxes without limit, 7 galleons would be an astronomical sum.
It's cheap because the anti-curse gloves are only effective against low-level jinxes. If an opponent uses powerful dark magic, the gloves will immediately be destroyed.
Ivan said, not bothering to hide the truth. He was, after all, a businessman with a conscience, and would not knowingly deceive his clients, especially when it came to flaws that could be seen by trying. Dawlish was disappointed when he heard Ivan's words. He had expected a powerful magical tool. However, Ivan's tone changed, and he raised his voice.
However, don't worry.
Chapter 123, This is clearly a shop of conscience.
This.
Dawlish asked in disbelief. Ivan didn't reply. He channeled his magic into his protective ring, and almost at once, a pale barrier of magic enveloped him. The barrier was semi-transparent, and if they hadn't been standing so close and had good eyesight, Dawlish would never have seen it.
Expelliarmus.
Dawlish extended her wand and shot a red beam of light at Ivan. It had the same effect as the protective ring, and in an instant the spell was repelled. Due to the close proximity, Dawlish, an elite Auror, was unable to evade the reflected spell, and her wand flew out of her hand. Ivan reached out to catch the wand that was flying towards him, then handed it back to Dawlish. The barrier lasted for about 2 seconds before it disappeared. It could not be activated continuously for a short period of time, as it would greatly increase the likelihood that the ring would break. When he saw Ivan's relaxed manner, Dawlish's eyes lit up with envy.
How much is this protective ring? 70 galleons.
Ivan said, smiling at the bait. He had offered Doggett an in-house price, so it was only natural that it was more expensive to sell officially. Dawlish hesitated. It would not be cheap.
This is the only protective ring in the shop for the time being. Once it's sold, who knows how long we'll have to wait before we can buy it again.
Ivan said calmly.
I'll buy it.
Dawlish said without hesitation. He could still afford 70 galleons. However, there was only one protective ring, and it worked so well that Dawlish felt lucky that he had arrived early. Otherwise, it would have been bought by his colleagues. With this in mind, Dawlish eagerly took out all the galleons she had brought with her from the pocket of her wizarding robes, but when she counted them, she realized, to her embarrassment, that they were not enough. After all, 70 galleons was not a small amount of money. He would not have brought so much money with him unless he wanted to buy something.
How much money do you have? Quick, give it to me so that I can pool it together.
Dawlish turned around and said to the two new aurors, Captain, aren't we here to investigate the proliferation of dark magical objects? Ellison opened her mouth, but when she saw Dawlish's eagerness, she swallowed her words and fumbled for some gold galleons in her pocket. Dawlish took it from her and, after a quick count, decided it wasn't enough. She turned to Sunny, the female auror.
70 galleons, isn't that a bit expensive?
Sunny whispered to Dawlish. This was enough for her to buy a dozen bottles of charm potions.
You look like you're buying a ring, but sometimes you're buying your life.
Dawlish said, shaking her head at the confused looks on their faces. As a senior auror of the Ministry of Magic, Dawlish had been in the job for over a decade, even fighting in the last Wizarding War. Capturing dangerous dark wizards was part of his daily routine, but unlike these novices, he knew that aurors were an extremely risky profession.
Alas.
Dawlish could not help but sigh. Ivan nodded in satisfaction. He was going to say that, but coming from Dawlish, it would naturally work better. Ellison and Sunny were stunned. They had not expected aurors to be so dangerous. Ellison, in particular, was already wondering if he should pay for a protective ring as well. Although there was only one of these for the time being, he could save up first, right?
Your aurors.
Ivan asked, trying to look surprised at their reaction. Dawlish had made it clear that he was no fool, and that he needed to react.
Of course, little brother, do you see this dress?
Sunny said proudly, pointing at her uniform.
That's so cool. My biggest dream after I graduated was to become an auror.
Ivan said, his eyes shining with envy.
Then you'll have to work hard. The Ministry of Magic is very strict, and only the truly elite are allowed in.
Sunny was very impressed, and her eyes narrowed with joy. It had taken her a long time to get into auror. Dawlish nodded in agreement. After hearing so many of Ivan's products, Dawlish became suspicious of the information he had been given by the Ministry of Magic, as it was more like a normal wizarding shop with its own style. Having so many interesting magical tools was completely unnecessary for the sale of dark magical objects. This, coupled with the fact that Ivan had returned his wand immediately after taking it from him, dispelled many of Dawlish's doubts. If the other party had any ill intentions, that would be the best time to strike.
By the way, why did your mother open the shop in Knockoff Alley?
Dawlish asked as she crouched down and looked Ivan in the eye.
Because.
Ivan said with a shrug.
Poor.
Dawlish didn't know how to respond to that, which made sense. After all, who would stay at Knockoff Alley if not for that? Still,
My mother had seen too many witches and wizards persecuted by the dark arts, and had devoted much of her time and energy to the study of the dark arts.
The research cost of a magical tool is very high. It will take at least a few years, thousands of galleons, and countless failures to obtain the corresponding formula. We have only recently achieved some results, so.
Chapter 124, This shop is too tragic. Dawlish hesitated, then spoke.
I'm sure the Ministry's hitters will love your protective ring, and I'm sure the gloves will be very popular. Maybe the Ministry will buy them in bulk.
Ivan was naturally overjoyed and thanked her again. He had been preparing for this for a long time. Dawlish graciously accepted, and Ellison and Sunny offered to help with the promotion.
By the way, Captain Dawlish, did you hear about this place and come here to shop?
Ivan asked, feigning casualness. The three aurors were embarrassed and did not know what to say. In the end, Sunny spoke angrily.
We were told by the Ministry of Magic that you sell a large number of dangerous dark objects. I don't know what kind of bastard reported it.
Dawlish gave Sunny an exasperated look.
How can you just tell me about the ministry's mission?
Sister Sunny, have you heard of any other shops in Knockturn Alley being patrolled by the Ministry of Magic?
Yvonne asked after a moment.
I don't think so.
Sunny hesitated. Dawlish and Ellison also sensed that something was amiss. If the Ministry of Magic was planning to investigate dark objects in Knockturn Alley, they would not have stopped at this shop. There were 3 dark arts shops in Knockturn Alley. Both Borgians and goblins had been reported in the past, but the Ministry did nothing about it. Therefore, they did not believe that there was nothing fishy going on.
The dark wizards must be planning to get back at this place.
Sunny exclaimed angrily. Ellison nodded in agreement, her expression one of indignation. Dawlish fell silent. He could only imagine that the woman who owned the shop must have been persecuted by the dark arts in her early years, and thus insisted on working in Knockturn Alley even though she was poor. It was only recently that they had produced results, and when they were about to sell them, they were deliberately targeted by other dark wizards, which was really tragic.
Mr. and Mrs. Aurors, could you please find out for us at the Ministry of Magic exactly who is deliberately targeting this place so that we can take precautions?
Attracted by the noise, Dawlish and the others turned around and saw Alicia, dressed in a dark green wizard's robe, walking out of the shop. Ivan was sharp enough to notice that there were many differences between Alicia and her usual self. The rings on her hands had been removed, and her long hair hung loose. On her shoulder was a creature that looked like a black stuffed ball. Was she hiding something? Ivan wondered why Alicia was so late. Humans are visual creatures, and Alicia's delicate features won her favor among the 3 Aurors almost at first sight. This, coupled with Ivan's impromptu story, made Dawlish and the others feel more sympathetic towards Alicia.
Don't worry, we'll definitely help with the investigation.
Dawlish promised, patting his chest. Sunny and Ellison also promised to mobilize their friends to help when they returned to the ministry. With a smile on her lips and a soft tone of thanks, she glanced at Ivan without batting an eyelid. She had only been here a short while and had only heard part of the conversation, so she was really curious as to how this child had managed to take care of the 3 Aurors in such a short time. However, even though she was unable to get a full picture of the situation, she soon understood the type of temporary identity Ivan had created for her. Therefore, not only did she not reveal any flaws in their conversation, but she also used this identity to gain a good impression of her. Not long after, Sunny, a new female Auror, started calling her sister. After getting to know each other, Sunny finally asked about the cute stuffed ball on Alicia's shoulder.
Sister Alicia, what's this? Puffskein, it doesn't seem to be it, but it looks cute.
Its fur had been modified to be grayish-black, and it had a pair of large, liquid eyes that were too large for a normal creature. As Sunny watched the toy bounced on her shoulder, it was so cute that her heart melted. This is an alchemical creature based on the appearance of a magical creature, Puffskein. The price?
The original only cost 1 galleon.
Ivan said.
It's so cheap, can I buy one?
Sunny was immediately tempted. Since it wasn't expensive, she wanted to wear one.
Of course, no problem, it'll just have to wait a day or 2. This is the only special one in the shop for the time being, it's just a sample.
Alicia smiled and nodded. Sunny could afford to wait a day or 2, but she also pestered Alicia to touch this alchemical version of Puffskein. After a moment's hesitation, Alicia agreed, but reminded Sunny that it was best not to infuse it with magic. Ivan found this strange. As an alchemical creature, this thing relied on its magic to function and not collapse. However, after seeing that Alicia had dealt with one of the Aurors, Ivan did not think too much about it and focused on Dawlish and Ellison.
Captain Dawlish, do you need anything other than a protective ring?
Ivan asked.
Forget it, there's no need.
Dawlish hesitated for a moment before shaking his head. He had already spent all his money on this ring and could not afford it even if he wanted to.
Are you sure?
Ivan asked, pointing to a pair of ear-shaped magical objects on the other side.
They're extendable ears. You can hear the other side if you hold one of them, and most importantly, they don't have any magical fluctuations, so they can't be detected. They're supposed to be useful for information purposes, but they're only selling them for 16 sickles.
Chapter 125. It's just in the store, it's actually yours. The extendable ears were considered a highly cost-effective commodity by Dawlish. There were often times when an Auror had to follow or find out the other party's identity. If one used magic, it was inevitable that the other party would notice. If one rashly tried to get close to the other party, it would arouse the other party's vigilance. It would be much more convenient if one had a support prop.
If you don't have enough money now, you can make a reservation and pay half the deposit.
Ivan handed half of the bag of galleons back to Dawlish and then retrieved the protective ring. Dawlish instinctively tried to match Ivan's actions, but then he remembered that something was wrong. Why didn't he bring the money tomorrow?
There's a limited number of these things, and if you order one, you'll have less.
Ivan explained, then added seriously.
Besides, you're only keeping it for a while. It's still yours.
Dawlish nodded as if that was true. After taking back half of the galleons, Dawlish felt rich again, so she bought a pair of extendable ears and ordered a deluxe edition. Ivan then introduced Dawlish to the Quibbler, noting that it automatically helped him with his tedious paperwork. Although Dawlish had seen this item before, he was so frightened that he never thought of buying it. After hearing Ivan's explanation, he soon realized that answering quills could greatly improve one's daily work efficiency, so he paid for it again.
Intelligence potion keeps your mind sharp and picks up all kinds of clues when you're on a tracking mission.
Yvonne pointed to the potion on the other side of the room.
I'll buy it.
Dawlish said through gritted teeth.
Smooth hair lotion.
Buy.
Fake wands.
Dawlish muttered something under her breath, but when she took the two items from Ivan, she realized they were useless to her. Why buy this for no reason? However, seeing Ivan waiting for him with a look of anticipation on his face, he had no choice but to take out the last few sickles from his pouch. Ellison, who was standing at the side, had already spent all of his savings and even owed quite a bit.
That's not even enough to cover the cost of your studies,
Snapped Alicia. Ivan thought about it for a moment, and it seemed to be true. Practicing the magical inscription of you wood, the metal used to make magical tools, and the countless materials he had scrapped to study the magical alphabet required a lot of galleons. In that case, the galleons earned today could only be considered to have made back some of their money. You had to count on a large Ministry of Magic order to make money. What really surprised Ivan was that the mission given by the system was delayed. Was the Ministry's review not over? Or was it too soon to judge? Ministry of Magic, Department of Magical Law Enforcement, Auror Headquarters. Head of Department Pierce Thickness sat at the head of the table with a dark expression on his face, while the Auror Supervisor, Rufus Scrimgeour, waited quietly with a sour expression on his face. Together, they listened to the reports of the Auror captains.
When we tracked the target number 72, we encountered strong resistance, and 2 members of the team were seriously injured.
If you don't have enough money now, you can make a reservation and pay half the deposit. Ivan handed half of the bag of galleons back to Dawlish and then retrieved the protective ring. Dawlish instinctively tried to match Ivan's actions, but then he remembered that something was wrong. Why didn't he bring the money tomorrow? There's a limited number of these things, and if you order one, you'll have less, Ivan explained, then added seriously. Besides, you're only keeping it for a while, it's still yours. Dawlish nodded as if that was true. After taking back half of the galleons, Dawlish felt rich again, so she bought a pair of extendable ears and ordered a deluxe edition. Ivan then introduced Dawlish to the Quibbler, noting that it automatically helped him with his tedious paperwork. Although Dawlish had seen this item before, he was so frightened that he never thought of buying it. After hearing Ivan's explanation, he soon realized that answering quills could greatly improve one's daily work efficiency, so he paid for it again. Intelligence potion keeps your mind sharp and picks up all kinds of clues when you're on a tracking mission. Yvonne pointed to the potion on the other side of the room. I'll buy it, Dawlish said through gritted teeth. Smooth hair lotion.
Trash.
Pierce slammed the table and roared in the office. The Auror captain, who was the one to give the report, lowered his head and did not argue, his face full of guilt. After cursing for a while, Pierce stopped and paced around his desk, worried sick. The supervisor, Rufus Scrimgeour, dared to speak up.
Director, even if we fail this mission, we can't blame the 7th Task Force. Dark magic items have all kinds of strange effects, some of which are extremely powerful. I think the Aurors have done their best.
Chapter 126. Are these the dark magic objects you've seen? As Pierce wondered if he should try to talk the minister out of the investigation, there was a knock on the door.
Come in,
Said Pierce, taking a sip of tea. The Auror who came in nodded and reported.
Director Captain Dawlish wants to see you. He says he has something important to report. Durlish.
Pierce paused and looked at the Auror director, Rufus.
Durlish was the captain of the 9th Squad, and I arranged for him to lead an investigation into a dark arts shop in Knockturn Alley.
Rufus quickly explained. Originally, this investigation did not include Knockturn Alley, but for some reason, the Ministry of Magic suddenly changed their minds. They said that they had received news that this magical shop was selling dark magical items and wanted him to send someone to investigate. Having worked for the Ministry of Magic for many years, Rufus understood that there was something fishy going on. No one who could open a dark arts shop in Knockturn Alley was easy to deal with. He was not stupid enough to become someone else's knife and add to the Auror's losses. Rufus, therefore, had let the cat out of the bag, and had the more cautious Dawlish lead a few Aurors to deal with the situation. However, the fact that Dawlish had been gone for so long and was now reporting something of great importance gave Rufus a very bad feeling. After explaining to the director, Rufus sighed and looked at the Auror.
What happened to Dawlish? Where are the other 2 Aurors who went with her? They're not in the hospital already, are they?
Pierce frowned, bracing himself for bad news.
Captain Dawlish seems to be doing well, and Sunny and Ellison are outside. They seem quite happy.
The Auror who came in to report had a strange expression. Rufus looked up, confused. Had his Auror been beaten silly, or was he under the imperious curse? Rufus was puzzled, but the Auror hesitated before continuing.
They came back with a bunch of stuff. Magical stuff, by the look of it.
Rufus was excited, and Pierce had a sudden thought. Since Dawlish had returned with so many things, the only possibility was that they had successfully completed their mission and raided a dark arts shop. If that was the case, it would be the biggest gain since the start of the operation. With this contribution, the ministry would not blame him for the loss of manpower.
Get Dawlish in here.
In the executive hall, Dawlish was quietly waiting in the lounge with a pile of magical objects in her arms. Ellison and Sunny were behind her, looking pleased. Their expressions did not match the solemn and tense atmosphere in the executive hall, attracting the attention of many Aurors. Many people in the know were even more shocked. They knew that the 9th Task Force had gone to Knockturn Alley to investigate a dark arts shop. Previously, some people thought that the 3 of them might not be able to return, but not only did they return, but they also confiscated a large number of dark arts items.
Captain Dawlish, you may enter. The Director General seems to be prepared to reward you personally.
The office door opened and an Auror walked out. The executive director was here in person. He even wanted to reward the captain. Ellison and Sunny were confused. They had only gone to the shop in Knockturn Alley to buy something. They had not done anything, had they? Dawlish, on the other hand, had a vague idea of what was going on and was prepared to explain it to them once they got inside. However, after entering, before Dawlish could say anything, the executive director, Pierce, greeted him. He patted Dawlish on the shoulder enthusiastically and praised him.
Duris, I was right about you. Of all the Aurors, you are the most cautious. I knew that you would be able to complete the task assigned to you by the ministry.
Rufus, the Auror supervisor, was impressed with the trio. When he assigned this task to Dawlish, he did not expect them to actually complete it.
Director General, this.
Dawlish stammered and tried to explain, but Pierce did not give him the chance. Instead, he looked at the many magical items in his arms and said with satisfaction,
Are these the dark arts items you raided? Did you get anyone from the Department of Affairs to identify them? It's not a dark object, Director.
Dawlish explained carefully.
We paid for it there. What's bought it?
Pierce's excitement turned to confusion. If Dawlish claimed to have bought a few items of dark magic, they would reluctantly accept it as evidence gathering, but why would she buy them when she knew they were not dark magic? Rufus Scrimgeour, the Auror's director, was also stunned for a moment before he snapped.
Durlish, as I recall, I asked you to lead a team to investigate the dark arts shop, not to shop there.
Dawlish swallowed hard and explained.
Director Scrimgeour, we've checked the shop and there's nothing wrong with it.
We also found some very useful magical objects that we thought might help the ministry, so we bought some samples.
Pierce looked down at the magical objects in Dawlish's arms. A pair of expensive-looking gloves, a couple of round, shapeless objects, a quill, a couple of bottles of unknown potion, and a lot of other junk. Pierce wondered if the Auror captain had been duped. However, Dawlish went to great lengths to introduce them to the works of these magical objects.
Director, you can take a look at these extendable ears. As long as you have one of them, you can hear the commotion from the other side. It's too cheap to sell them for 16 sickles. There's also this answering quill. With it, my colleagues who deal with official documents will be much more efficient.
Chapter 127, I've long wanted to try this. When it came to the introduction of the protective ring, Rufus, the supervisor, couldn't help but interrupt.
You tested it yourself. Is it really as good as you say?
Pierce, the executive director, also looked at the unremarkable ring on Dawlish's finger. He was well aware of the significance of such a defensive magical device, and if Dawlish was telling the truth, it would mean that Aurors would suffer far fewer casualties. The defensive nature of such items was paltry compared to the destructive nature of the dark arts, and was generally not cheap, which was why the Ministry of Magic had not yet equipped the hitters and elite Aurors.
Of course, I can show you now.
Dawlish said enthusiastically, moving to a wider area. Before Dawlish could signal that she could attack him now, Rufus drew his wand and pointed it at her.
Expelliarmus.
The red magical light went straight for Dawlish. Rufus's sudden attack was meant to test whether the ring would work in an emergency, so he went all out. However, the disarming charm that required the use of hand gestures to cast was no match for an instant-cast magical barrier. Dawlish was slightly slower, but managed to activate the ring's defensive capabilities in time. In the next instant, the red light returned and hit Rufus with such force that he was knocked backwards, his wand flying high into the air and spinning towards Dawlish. Dawlish followed Ivan's example and gently grasped the wand in his left hand, his expression calm and relaxed. He was secretly pleased. He had always wanted to try this. It was then that Dawlish remembered that it was his superior who had flown out of the room. He quickly put on a worried expression and ran over to Rufus to help him up. Dawlish was worried that Rufus would try to make things difficult for him in private. Fortunately, Rufus didn't seem to mind. He hadn't tried to avoid the attack because he wanted to experience the defensive ring's counterattack for himself.
Director, I think we should immediately propose a special fund to the ministry for the purchase of protective rings, so that Aurors who go on missions can be equipped with such defensive magical items.
Rufus was frustrated when he heard this, as the dark wizards involved in the strike had more or less been equipped with powerful dark items. However, as Aurors, they could only rely on their own strength to fight. How could they not feel aggrieved? Pierce understood this and nodded, then turned to Dawlish.
Captain Dawlish, how much did you pay for this ring? 70 galleons each.
Dawlish replied casually. The executive director's face twitched. So expensive. 70 galleons alone was certainly nothing to the executive branch. But the problem was that if he really wanted to store them in large quantities, he would have to buy 100 rings. This was only a small amount. It could only be carried by Aurors on missions, and even then it would cost 7,000 galleons. It was not a small amount of money, and they could not have gathered it with the funds the ministry had given them. It was unrealistic to expect the ministry to give him 7,000 galleons.
Director, in addition to the protective ring, there are cheaper anti-curse gloves. Although they are less effective, they only cost 7 galleons.
Pierce was relieved to hear that there were other cheap items. After hearing Dawlish's introduction of the effects of the anti-curse gloves, he immediately decided to buy 200 sets and try them on after the ministry's special funding came in. They could also purchase 10 protective rings for elite aurors. Other magical items such as extendable ears and automated quills can also be purchased. As for whether or not the Ministry of Magic would agree to the creation of special funding, Pierce was not worried. Spending some galleons on anti-curse gloves and a few protective rings was cheaper than paying for medical expenses and pensions. Not to mention the fact that it significantly increases the combat effectiveness of these aurors.
By the way, Director, you'll reimburse me for the things I bought for the ministry, right?
Chapter 128, Agreement, that's for the Ministry of Magic to see. After entering the shop, the stout witch adjusted her glasses, then went to the counter where she kept her magical objects and began commenting on them.
This pair of anti-curse gloves is interesting, but you have to stare into your opponent's eyes to reflect the jinx. Bad review. This extendable ears can be monitored, but it needs to be connected to a thin wire. Do you really think everyone else is blind? Bad review. This protective ring can create a defensive barrier, but
The stout witch wandered around the shop, spraying every product she came across, leaving Ivan baffled. If he hadn't known she was there to shop, he would have thought she was from the wizarding market.
this is Madam Moon from the finance department of our executive branch. She was sent by the ministry to lower the price.
At this point, Sunny also blushed a little because their executive branch had been exceptionally poor recently, otherwise they wouldn't be like this.
In short, while they meet the ministry's purchasing standards, they fall far short of my expectations, and I think the price should be discussed.
Ivan frowned. He was in no position to bargain, but at that moment, Alicia intervened.
I'm sorry, Madam Moon, but 7 galleons is the lowest price I can go, and when you factor in the research costs, you won't even make a sickle, so if the ministry refuses to buy because of this, then I'm sorry.
Ethia looked at Madame Moon with hostility and no intention of backing down. From what she had heard, the ministry had suffered heavy casualties over the past few days, and it was unlikely that they would give up on purchasing anti-curse gloves and defensive rings. Madame Moon suddenly looked away from Ivan and towards Alicia, and the atmosphere seemed to have frozen. Ivan was sandwiched between the two of them, and for a moment he felt immense pressure, so he gave up the venue to fool the other aurors. It was then almost a home match between Mrs. Moon and Alicia, and the two sides engaged in a heated argument for over an hour before a formal agreement was reached. The Ministry of Magic paid 6 galleons of 10 sickles for 300 anti-curse gloves, totaling nearly 2,000 galleons. He bought 10 protective rings, one for 65 galleons, a total of 650 galleons. Extendable ears and clever quills were also purchased in small quantities, totaling 3,000 galleons. After the discussion, Madame Moon was apparently very pleased and felt that she had almost reached the cost price. However, she did not know that the research cost and time spent on it was not as high as she had imagined. It was a miracle created by 3 geniuses in a month. To Ivan's great surprise, Madame Moon was extremely interested in the enhanced version of his potion.
Are these potions really that powerful?
Madame Moon was holding a bottle of strengthened potion of delight, and the label below said that it was twice as effective as normal potions. The rest of the counters were stocked with potions that were described as having better effects than normal potions, although the prices were not much higher.
Of course, try it yourself if you don't believe me.
Ivan said confidently. Madame Moon hesitated for a moment, then unscrewed the cork from the bottle and swirled it gently as if she were tasting red wine. Finally, she poured out a little and took a sip. The next moment, Madame Muen's wrinkled face relaxed, and she felt as if her body and mind had been cleansed. All her worries and depression at work were swept away, and she smiled in satisfaction.
Which potion master created this? How can it be so powerful?
It must be noted that common potions such as the joy potion generally had relatively stable effects, and it was very difficult for them to improve greatly unless a potion master modified the original recipe. Yvonne just smiled and said nothing. Madame Moon did not probe further. Good supply channels were always kept secret, although she felt it was a pity. She had hoped to get him to come to the ministry as a consultant. Despite the ministry's association with St. Mungo's Hospital for magical maladies and injuries, and the fact that ordinary potions could be purchased from there, those special high-grade potions could only be concocted by an individual potioneer. Perhaps due to the effects of the Potion of Delight, Madame Moon generously included some strengthening potions on her list. After leaving the deposit and signing 2 agreements, Madame Moon left satisfied.
Curse-proof gloves, 11 galleons. The protective ring costs 120 galleons. Didn't Madame Moon lower the price? Why is the price higher?
Ivan leaned forward curiously and glanced at the agreement. It seemed different from what they had discussed.
Because the agreement is for the Ministry of Magic to see.
Alicia explained calmly, then put the agreement away.
The Ministry of Magic, aren't they the ministry?
Yvonne wondered.
Or, to be precise, the Ministry of Magic's executive branch,
Said Isaiah, glancing at Ivan. Ivan immediately understood. The Ministry of Magic was also divided into several departments. Although it was a large, official organization, there were simply too many places to spend money, and each department was eagerly awaiting the ministry's funding. Therefore, when reporting funds to the higher-ups, the executive branch would naturally report as much as possible, and the remaining funds would be added to the department's separate vaults for other needs. Ivan then wondered why Acacia would ask Madame Moon to lower the price. As if reading Ivan's mind, Alicia spoke again.
In exchange, they are willing to order a portion of the potion from us.
Chapter 129. Don't worry, I'll use the memory charm. Ivan's mouth twitched. He had been under the impression that Madame Moon had been planning to purchase the potion because of his outstanding brewing skills. Madame Moon's acting skills were so good that even he could not tell. However, unbeknownst to Ivan, Madame Moon had originally intended to simply purchase 1 or 2 potions to get by, but after learning that they were brewed by a potion master, she decided to purchase them in bulk. However, Ivan was able to see the dark side of the ministry through this operation. No wonder, despite being the official body of the wizarding community, it was no match for the rising ranks of the Death Eaters. From this purchase, Yvonne could see the difference.
By the way, Mother, what should we do about the ministry's order? You have a plan, don't you?
Alicia asked, suspicious. She had expected Ivan to have a plan for the shop when he suggested it. Why else would he be thinking about large orders from the Ministry of Magic? Then the 2 of them fell silent and looked at the deposit on the table, dumbfounded. Ivan felt a headache coming on. When they signed the agreement, they promised to deliver everything in 2 weeks.
Why don't we set up a magical factory?
Suggested Ivan, inspired.
A magical factory?
Asked Isaiah.
It's like your wizarding kitchen.
The more Ivan thought about it, the more convinced he was that it would work, and he began to popularize the Muggle technology of mass-produced objects. As for the source, Ivan stated that he had heard it from Muggle family wizards at Hogwarts. The more Ivan talked, the more Alicia's eyes lit up. Having created the wizard's kitchen, she could understand what Ivan was saying. While the creation of magical objects was a delicate task, and required the use of magic to inscribe them, other tedious steps could be accomplished by means of the magical version of the machine.
Where can I get one of those things you mentioned? I'll get it for you,
said Alicia enthusiastically.
It's usually found in the factory where Muggles make their gloves, or at the Muggle market.
Ivan rubbed his chin. There were only 10 rings in total, and they could be made in a matter of time, except for the anti-curse gloves, which required mass production. Ivan then realized something was wrong. Get a machine for reference, how? Seeing that Alicia was about to use disapparated, Ivan quickly warned her.
Muggles don't take galleons.
Don't worry, if I can't handle it, I'll use the memory charm,
Alicia added, and with a flick of her wand, she vanished with the incantation. Memory charm. Ivan put his hand to his forehead in exasperation. It was not very expensive, nor was it a secret. One could buy it in the market for a little gold galleon. Couldn't they just follow the procedures? After Alicia left, Ivan turned his attention to the bag on the table and opened it. There was a lot of room inside, presumably because of the traceless extension charm. The deposit was around 1,000 galleons. However, the construction of a magical factory was costly, and various materials required gold galleons, so there were not many left, not to mention some of the Weasleys. Yvonne smiled at the thought, thinking that George and Fred would be thrilled to know that their extendable ears and quills were selling so well. Yvonne touched her right thumb to her index finger and whistled. A few moments later, a snowy white owl swooped down from upstairs, a quill dangling from its curved beak and an envelope hooked from its talons.
Good for you, Marka.
Ivan said as he removed the quill and envelope from her mouth and paws. He felt that he was becoming more and more talented as a beast tamer.
Cuckoo.
Marka flapped her wings and flew to Ivan's shoulder, pecking Ivan's cheek as a sign of affection. After opening the envelope, Ivan picked up his quill and began writing a reply, including the ministry's purchase of extendable ears and quill-stealing quills. After writing the reply, Ivan took out 50 galleons from the deposit, which would have been too much for George and Fred to afford. However, to avoid being intercepted midway, Ivan did not dare to give too much at once. When they were done, Ivan stuffed them into his bag. It was the same package that George and Fred had sent the last time, enchanted with a weight reduction spell that could be reused.
I'll have to trouble you again, Marka.
Ivan said as he tied it to her feet. The snow-white owl cooed in response, then flapped its wings and soared high into the sky, gradually turning into a white dot under Ivan's gaze. Not long after, the space in the middle of the hall distorted, and Alicia appeared in front of Ivan, bringing nothing back.
Where's the stuff, Mom?
Yvonne asked.
There's so much equipment in there, I don't know which one to take.
Alicia blushed. She had thought Muggles had the same machines. Ivan rolled his eyes. He knew this would happen. However, Alicia did not give him a chance to complain. She waved her wand and closed the shop, then used apparition again and disappeared with Ivan. At the same time, he did not forget to hold the deposit on the table.
No wonder your history of magic grades are so bad. You've been pulling pranks all day. I wouldn't be surprised if you failed your owls in your 5th year.
Chapter 130, So Much Galleon Isn't It Sweet? After cursing for the best part of an hour, Mrs. Weasley pointed her wand at the jokey magical merchandise lying on the floor.
I'm going to burn all these things now. If I see any of you messing around with these useless things again, I'll throw you out.
No, Mom, you can't do this.
George said, breaking down and throwing himself at the joke merchandise, vowing to defend their efforts. Fred's cheeks flushed, and he gathered his courage to retort in a disgruntled voice.
They're not useless and will be selling them soon. Ivan says the ministry will buy them.
Ministry of Magic, they'd have to be mad to buy your stuff.
Mrs. Weasley was momentarily amused at their antics. An ugly sphere that, according to George and Fred, produces foul-smelling juice when it hits someone. A listening extendable ears, an automatic homework quill, and other random items of unknown use. In Mrs. Weasley's opinion, only young wizards who were equally fond of mischief would buy such a thing.
Get out of my way.
Mrs. Weasley angrily rolled up her sleeves and tried to pull George away, but Fred begged her to get out of the way. Fred had to turn to the rest of the family for help. Ron stayed back to watch the fun, and Ginny tried to help, but kept quiet when she saw how angry Mrs. Weasley was. Arthur Weasley, however, turned a deaf ear to them and continued reading his newspaper. He was furious with George and Fred's poor grades. Suddenly, an owl with a package tied to its paw flew into the shop through the open window. When it saw George and Fred, it cried out in joy and flew towards them.
It's matcha, Ivan must have written back.
Fred exclaimed. Hearing Fred's words, everyone looked over and George, who was lying on the ground, jumped up. Seeing their excitement, Mrs. Weasley became even more furious and grabbed hold of the falling owl, wondering what they were up to. Mrs. Weasley immediately removed the bundle tied to the owl's foot, turned it over impatiently, and shook it vigorously. George was furious it was theirs, but in the next instant he was almost blinded by a flash of reflected golden light. A pile of round, shiny gold objects fell out of the bag and hit the ground with a loud clang.
Oh my God, it's full of galleons.
Ron's eyes lit up at the sight of them strewn across the floor. One of them even rolled to Arthur Weasley's feet. Arthur couldn't be bothered to read the newspaper, so he squatted down and picked it up. He examined it carefully to make sure that it was real and not leprechaun gold. Mrs. Weasley, who had not expected to find so much money in the bag, was left speechless.
They're all ours.
George and Fred rushed forward excitedly and picked them up one by one. They even grabbed the one Arthur was holding and counted 50 galleons.
Where on earth did all this money come from?
Mrs. Weasley frowned in confusion, panic, and fear. 50 galleons was not a small amount.
We told you that the Ministry of Magic was willing to order our goods. These are just the down payment. In total, we make 200 galleons. You can read this letter.
George waved the envelope in his hand and said confidently. Fred nodded in agreement, thinking that Ivan's letter was so timely that their many days of hard work would have been burned if it had come any later. Mrs. Weasley scowled at them, took the envelope from them, and read it. Arthur couldn't sit still any longer and came over to check the envelope. Ron and Ginny also wanted to see it, but Mrs. Weasley held it high and refused to let them. George and Fred looked at them triumphantly, both of them convinced that their mother would not try to stop their research. After all, it was a ministry order. Even after reading the letter, Mrs. Weasley was still in disbelief. She looked at Arthur suspiciously, wanting him to confirm it. Arthur was silent for a moment before speaking.
It seems so. Recently, the Department of Executions requested funds from the ministry for a number of casualties, around 5,000 galleons. Apparently, they purchased quite a few magical items from a wizarding shop. That's Ivan's family's wizarding shop.
George said.
That's where we put them.
Fred was shocked by Arthur's offer of 5,000 galleons. They thought they and George had made a lot of money, but it was nothing compared to Ivan. Envy was one thing, but when Fred thought about it, it made sense. After all, Ivan's family sold magical objects officially, unlike amateur researchers. After confirming the information with her husband, Mrs. Weasley was somewhat convinced, but was still unable to accept it.
I think you should be concentrating on your studies, not.
Mrs. Weasley was having trouble speaking for a moment, clutching the envelope.
Mum, it's a ministry order. If we don't get it done, we'll be in Azkaban.
Shouted George.
Bollocks.
Arthur slapped the newspaper on George's head. The Ministry of Magic was not run by dark wizards. How could they arrest anyone? However, after giving George a piece of his mind, Arthur tried to persuade Madame not to go to Azkaban for failing to complete the ministry's orders, as the family could not afford to pay such a large penalty. Besides, isn't it nice to have so many galleons? After much persuasion, Mrs. Weasley reluctantly nodded and agreed that George and Weasley could take some time out of their summer holidays to complete their orders and even research magic props. However, they were not to be allowed to spend their time at Hogwarts conducting experiments, especially if it affected their grades. If you fail any of your final exams in the next school year with an E, unexpected score, all these conditions will be voided.
Warned Mrs. Weasley with a scowl.
Chapter 131, Who is Ivan Hals? George and Fred pulled a long face. It was not easy to get an Ollie rating, but they both knew that was the best Mrs. Weasley could do. In order to carry out their grand undertaking openly in the future, the two agreed.
By the way, who is this Ivan you've been talking about?
Arthur asked with great interest.
Ivan Hals, he's the most brilliant genius I've ever met. He defeated a troll when he first started school. He's the hero of Gryffindor.
George praised him without hesitation. Fred then added his piece.
He also rode a fire-breathing dragon to save the gamekeeper Hagrid from a dark wizard attack in the Forbidden Forest.
Are you telling fairy tales?
Mrs. Weasley frowned.
Of course not. If you don't believe me, you can ask Ron. He's sharing a room with Ivan.
George said confidently. All eyes turned to Ron as George spoke.
That's right, the whole school knows about it.
Ron shrugged. Mrs. Weasley was amazed. They could not imagine a first-year wizard having such a legendary experience at school.
Hales.
Arthur muttered to himself, remembering something.
What about Potter? How's he doing at school? Has he ever ridden a dragon or fought a troll?
Ginny asked anxiously, tugging at Ron's shirt.
Um,
Ron stammered, not knowing how to say it, but he eventually remembered a few glorious things.
Harry managed to catch the golden snitch during his first year at Hogwarts, and together with Ivan, Hermione, and me, we foiled the Dark Lord's plot.
At this point, Ron was somewhat proud of the fact that he had made a name for himself in the last year. He was ignored as Ginny muttered about the one's new adventures, and George and Fred competed with Mrs. Weasley for 50 galleons. Mrs. Weasley felt that they should not have been paid so much money at such a young age, and should have left the rest to her for the time being, except for the cost of the ingredients.
What is it?
Alicia asked, dusting herself off and noting Ivan's unusual expression.
No, nothing.
Ivan shook his head, settled down, and went back to work, carving knife in hand. By the time the transformation was complete, it was already evening. After a quick dinner, Ivan returned to his small room and checked the mission details. Mission: revive the shop of strange magical items in Hales. Objective: visit the Ministry of Magic in 1 month's time. Completed. Task rating: perfect. Task reward: 1000 GPA. Bonus: Wolfsbane potion recipe, collect or deny. Ivan was a little excited when he received 1000 GPA. However, he remembered that he had spent more GPA than this to learn alchemy and brew those strengthening potions. What really surprised Ivan was the wolf poison potion recipe as an extra reward. Ever since her conversation with Dugster at the Burrow, Yvonne had come to the conclusion that Damocles Marcus had not developed this potion.
Receive your reward.
Chapter 132, Order of Merlin. What use is that? Do you have gold galleons? A few days later, Ivan was eating breakfast, nibbling on his bread and trying to find out what was going on.
Mom, how about we move the shop to Diagon Alley?
What's wrong? Is this a bad place?
Alicia paused and gave him a puzzled look. Of course not. What's so good about this place? Ivan grumbled to himself about the werewolf riot he had encountered on his return, the inexplicable fight he had had at the wizarding market a few days later, and the need to keep an eye out for any stragglers who had escaped the Ministry's wrath.
I'm just a little worried, that's all. What if the Dark Wizards were dealing with get back at us for selling to the Ministry?
Ivan asked, swallowing his bread and sighing.
They'd have to be able to do it too,
Said Alicia, looking indifferent. However, seeing Ivan's worried expression, Alicia thought for a moment before continuing.
It's not impossible to go to Diagon Alley, but the shops there are quite expensive. One shop costs at least 10,000 galleons. We can't afford it now.
That's a lot of money.
Ivan exclaimed. He remembered that in the book, George and Fred used Harry's gift of 1,000 galleons to open the shop in Diagon Alley.
Of course, it's cheaper. If you're looking for a good location, you'll need at least 20,000 galleons.
Alicia rolled her eyes at him. Diagon Alley was the commercial hub of the wizarding community, and many of the shops there had been around for centuries. Few people were willing to sell. Not to mention, they would have to buy a bigger place to rest and research, or they would have to buy another house to live in. Ivan nodded. The book did not mention whether the Weasleys rented or bought the shop. It now appeared to be the former. Ivan was more or less depressed at the thought he would have to postpone his move. 20,000 galleons was a huge sum of money. The Ministry of Magic ordered 3,000 galleons worth of magical items at once, but after deducting the cost of research and materials, they were lucky to make even half.
The Philosopher's Stone.
Ivan muttered to himself, if only his Philosopher's Stone hadn't been taken by Professor Dumbledore. He could have as many galleons as he wanted. Unlike now, when they only knew how to make the stone, but did not know how to make it. Since he couldn't count on the Philosopher's Stone, Ivan thought of the wolf venom potion he had been given as a reward for his quest, and asked about the status of the werewolf wizards in Knockturn Alley, especially where they usually lived.
The pack of werewolves must be hiding in the ruins on the east side.
said Alicia, giving Ivan a questioning look.
Why do you ask? When I was at school, I overheard Professor Snape talking about calming flowers, sage roots, and other potion ingredients that might allow a werewolf to regain some semblance of sanity during their transformation.
Therefore, I think that if we study it in depth, we might be able to create a special potion that can solve the problem of riots after a werewolf transforms. I call it.
Ivan spoke freely, borrowing Snape's name. Otherwise, it would be highly suspicious for a first-year minor wizard like him to brew a potion that contained wolf venom without having done any research on werewolves. This, of course, was for the benefit of the inner circle. To the outside world, Ivan thought he might be able to use Doggett as a scapegoat. After all, no one knew if the former deputy director of St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries had been involved in anything other than fighting, drinking, and gambling for years. Even though Gert usually lurked at home to research werewolf problems, it was reasonable that she taught him how to brew the wolf venom potion.
Making a potion, that's not easy.
Hearing Ivan's words, Alicia instinctively wanted to shake her head and retort, but she suddenly remembered the surprise and shock Ivan had given her these past few days and felt strangely more confident.
Werewolf wizards will be all over you if you manage to develop one.
I'm worried the werewolves will be too poor to buy the potion, and I'll be wasting my time.
Ivan said with a shrug.
Let's talk about this after you've developed the wolf venom potion.
Alicia almost choked on her laughter. She pretended to use the spoon to wake Ivan up, but Ivan dodged it. There was no sign of the so-called wolfsbane potion, and someone was already wondering if a werewolf wizard could afford it.
I can get it out in a week at the most.
Ivan said casually. Alicia wasn't so optimistic, but she wasn't trying to undermine Ivan's confidence.
If you can really develop a potion that can keep werewolves awake, earning as much galleons as you can will be secondary. More importantly, you'll be helping the wizarding world solve a huge problem. It's not impossible to win the Order of Merlin. Merlin's Order, what's the use of that? Do they give out gold galleons every year like muggles do?
Yvonne wondered.
A third-level Order of Merlin will receive a prize of 100 galleons. Don't even think about getting more than that.
Alicia didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The Order of Merlin was the highest honor in the wizarding world, but someone was only thinking about getting a gold galleon. Ivan curled his lip disdainfully, thinking to himself that the Ministry of Magic and the Order of Merlin were being stingy. Would he be worthy of his contribution to the wizarding community if he only paid them this amount? However, he thought that he might be able to use the awards ceremony to advertise, which made him feel better. When Isaiah saw Ivan's reaction, she was amused and stopped talking about the Order of Merlin. After all, it was unknown if the so-called wolf venom potion could be developed, so she reminded him.
The werewolves in Knockturn Alley are very dangerous. If you want to get in touch with them, you'd better ask Duggett to take you with him. It'll be safer.
Are you sure it would be safer?
Ivan gave Alicia an odd look. He felt that Doggett was a complete liability. If it hadn't been for Doggett's sudden outburst at the wizarding market, how could there have been so much trouble?
It was an accident last time. Just watch Doug and make sure he drinks. It's too dangerous for a young wizard like you to be out there.
Alicia explained. She could not get away due to the ministry's orders, or she would have gone along herself.
Actually, my polyjuice potion is ready. I can transform into someone else and go out.
Chapter 133. Tom, you're being naughty again.
That won't do either, just don't let me know you're on your own.
Alicia warned. Yvonne gave up on the idea of sneaking out on her own. They were alone in the shop, and Alicia would notice if they stayed out too long. Gulp. After breakfast, 2 owls happened to fly in through the door. Like last time, they were carrying a large package, but this time it seemed to be extra heavy. George and Fred must have written back, Ivan guessed, and proceeded to unwrap the owl. He opened it to find a collection of extendable ears and quibbler, as well as a reply letter. Yvonne was surprised to see that Mrs. Weasley had agreed to let George and Fred work on a wizarding toy. He had the impression that Mrs. Weasley hated them for their mischievous research. Yvonne smiled. The ministry's official order and 50 galleons seemed pretty convincing.
It's a letter from your two classmates.
Alicia asked when she came out of the kitchen after clearing the plates.
Yeah, they delivered the first batch of merchandise.
Ivan nodded.
They're called George and Fred. That's quite an idea. You could get them to work here after they graduate.
Alicia said appreciatively as she looked at the toy merchandise in the package. These were easy practical jokes, but they were creative and would sell well.
I'm afraid it's difficult. George and Fred always wanted to open their own shop, and they've even thought of a name for it.
Ivan explained, shaking his head. Alicia was disappointed, but she didn't think too much of it. After a pause, Alicia continued.
You've almost finished with your wand. I think it would be best if you did the inscribing yourself.
Ivan's interest was piqued. He had been using this wand for so long that he had almost forgotten about the unicorn wand. In the basement, Ivan found his wand soaked in a colorless liquid that made it look limp. Ivan looked at Alicia in confusion.
It is impossible to inscribe a formula into a wand without going through these processes.
Alicia explained. Ivan half understood and nodded, then looked at the wand and had a new idea.
Can I inscribe other runes on my wand besides concealment, like strengthening?
Strengthening characters was a special formula that Ivan developed with the Horcrux notebook over the course of a few days, and Ivan was forced to divulge more information to get rid of the younger version of the Dark Lord. Asiya thought for a moment. Engraving two sets of runes on the same object was something she had never done before.
It's not impossible, but it's very difficult. Multiple formulas conflict with each other, so it may require a unique circuit.
Ivan was very interested. If he was going to modify his wand, the more powerful the better. Being able to block out the trace alone would not satisfy him. Not long after, he would have to find the werewolf wizards in Knockoff Alley and get some werewolf blood back to brew the potion. With this in mind, Ivan and Alicia discuss ways to resolve the conflict between them. Unfortunately, Alicia didn't know much, and she didn't have much time to work on her protective ring, so after a short discussion, they came up with a few ideas but no concrete solutions. When Ivan returned to his room after dinner, he opened the Horcrux diary again and wrote down his question. Tom, do you have a solution for the conflict between the two runic formulas? There is. The black ink faded away on the diary, and then new writing appeared. Have you ever seen a real alchemical object? A real alchemical object. Ivan's expression changed. He had created a pair of gloves, but hadn't he created a defensive ring? The invisibility cloak. After a slight hesitation, Ivan tentatively wrote in his diary with a quill. As if surprised, the dark ink lingered on the diary for a while before it slowly reformed into new words. Now that you've seen it, you should know that a true alchemical item does not need to be injected with magic to be activated, but can still function. Ivan nodded. He hadn't noticed the difference until Tom Riddle mentioned it. He created the anti-spell gloves and the defensive ring by replacing the spell-casting steps with formulas arranged in magical script, which essentially required the holder to provide magical support. The invisibility cloak, on the other hand, worked all the time and did not provide any additional magic, making it invisible even to a muggle. As such, the Sword of Gryffindor, which could automatically sense and appear in the hands of the one in need, the Sorting Hat, which kept talking about new tunes, and even the treasures left behind by the other magnates should be true alchemical items. Ivan had a vague feeling that he had found a way to continue to improve his alchemy, so he quickly pursued the matter. Unfortunately, the Horcrux diary did not know how to actually create an alchemical object.
Then why did you say there was a solution?
Ivan complained, speechless. Perhaps sensing Ivan's resentment, the diary began to fill with writing. I mean, we may not have the means to create an alchemical object, but we can use this method. The key to this conflict lies in the fact that the magic infused by the holder triggers two different types of magic at the same time, and if one of the two spells works independently of the input of magic, the conflict will naturally be resolved.
So what exactly should we do?
Chapter 134, Wand Modification. Realizing that Tom Riddle was up to no good again, Yvonne quickly re-examined and revised the subject they had been discussing, quickly restoring her proficiency in alchemy. This was not the first time Ivan had discovered something similar. Normally, the Horcrux diary would answer any simple questions or basic spells truthfully. However, when it came to advanced knowledge of spells, it was a different story, as Tom would occasionally give false information at crucial points that were impossible to guard against. It was thanks to the system prompts that Ivan was able to find out in time. Ivan was a little upset that he couldn't bring it up. This was because Tom Riddle had already stated that he was just a young wizard who had written the diary, so it was normal for him to make some mistakes in his understanding of advanced knowledge. Not only would it be useless to point it out, but it would also alert the other party. In fact, unbeknownst to Ivan, Tom Riddle, who was inside the Horcrux, was even more frustrated. He had never seen a young wizard learn so quickly. The knowledge that would take a normal person months to learn could often be mastered in a few days by Ivan, and the knowledge stored in his mind would not last long without certain restrictions on advanced spell knowledge. The discussion went on into the night, and after analyzing a plausible solution, ink began to appear on the Horcrux diary. I haven't had such a pleasant discussion with anyone in a long time. You're the most talented little wizard I've ever met. Yvonne smiled.
Don't think he'll forget about trying to trip me up with a few compliments.
However, Ivan pretended to be extremely happy and started writing with his quill. Tom, thank you. You are also one of the wisest wizards I have ever met.
Construct a circulatory, closed magical circuit and eventually form a closed loop of magic.
Alicia, who had finally come to her senses, began to seriously consider the feasibility of this plan.
Yes.
Ivan explained.
If activating more than one formula at once won't work, then we'll just have to separate them.
According to Ivan's understanding, creating a magical circuit was akin to turning an active skill into a passive skill. Unfortunately, Ivan was only able to create a circuit for the concealment charm, which was very stable and required little magic to construct. This was why he and Tom were able to work on it within a day. The more she thought about it, the more convinced she was that it would work. The experiment was performed with a hawthorn log, in which Alicia inscribed the circuits of the hidden runes, and then attempted to inscribe another simple formula on it. When activated by magic, a faint black aura emanated from the hawthorn log, but the magical fluctuations were so low as to be negligible.
It's doable.
Acacia exclaimed, as excited as if she had discovered a new treasure. In fact, it was almost as good as any discovery related to the written word would be a great find for Acacia. After testing the wand's feasibility, Alicia took it out and handed it to Ivan along with the carving knife.
You only have an hour to inscribe and only have one chance. If you fail, you may have to change your wand.
Ivan nodded, knowing full well that this was a crucial moment, and went on to spend his GPA to improve himself, devoting himself to the task of transforming his wand. Compared to normal wood, wands were made of a much softer material, and the wand itself was very slender, causing a lot of trouble for the inscribing of magical runes. It took Ivan a full 15 minutes to complete the modifications to his wand, then he examined his work with satisfaction. Magical item, wand unicorn hair, 11 inches and 3/4 of a length. Magic strong. Magic word circuit, concealment, passively reducing magical fluctuations during casting. Rune sequences, enhanced rune formulas when activated, dramatically increases the power of the next charm. Note, using the spell twice in 6 hours will have unpredictable consequences. Compatibility, 100%. Description, this is a specially modified wand. The wand's modified properties met Ivan's expectations, with the only disappointment being the long cooldown period after the spell had been enhanced. Ivan had been delighted for a long time after working with Tom on this formula for increasing the power of a spell. He had not expected it to be so restrictive. After waiting for around 40 minutes and noting that the wand's texture had returned to normal, Ivan tried to activate the augmenting charms and point his wand at a nearby cupboard to test its effects.
Shattered.
Chapter 135, We said we didn't have any malice, why didn't you believe me? After being caught red-handed for destroying the cupboard, Ivan had no choice but to take an hour-long lesson in ideological education. 2 days later, Ivan finally arrived, having been waiting for the arrival of Doggett. Ivan was not idle during the 2 days of waiting. Given the possibility of running into more than one werewolf, Ivan took the time to repair the ring of magic, which was on the verge of breaking down, and to find Alicia, where he used his GPA to quickly learn an offensive spell so that he wouldn't have to rely on his blood magic for every battle. After learning that Ivan was preparing to study a potion that would keep werewolves sane, Doggett became interested. He would have scoffed at any young wizard who did not graduate. However, the brewing of the strengthening potions and Ivan's claim to have been inspired by Snape's classroom gave Doggett some confidence.
I'm afraid you'll be the youngest recipient of the Order of Merlin if it succeeds,
Said Doggett, unable to contain his admiration. He then suggested enthusiastically that he wanted to join the research for the Wolf's Bane potion. Ivan, of course, readily agreed. He had been trying to think of a way to frame Doggett so that he could cover for him, but before he could suggest it, the other party took the bait. After chatting for a while, Ivan soon realized that he might have underestimated Doggett. Doggett must have had some skill to have been made a deputy dean in his mid-30s, and although he was not known for being fond of werewolves, he was able to suggest a few possible pharmacological solutions. Ivan also made a lot of money for a while. If he had only thoughtlessly brewed the medicine with the recipe in the past, he now had a deeper understanding of the composition of the wolf venom potion. After walking for the better part of an hour, the road became more and more deserted. The east side of Knockturn Alley was almost completely forgotten, with broken houses, broken stone pillars, and overgrown shrubs. Ivan looked around, expecting to see the werewolves but not expecting them to be there. This was because it did not seem like a habitable place. Was it to avoid getting angry and hurting people during the full moon? Or was it simply poverty? Ivan was lost in his own thoughts when a red light hit the ground a short distance in front of him, sending debris flying. Ivan instinctively activated the protective ring on his right hand, and a barrier of magic rose out of thin air to ward off the debris. On Doggett's side, he gently waved his wand, sweeping away the rubble. Ivan frowned at being targeted so suddenly, and despite the lack of a direct attack, it was not a good sign. Ivan gripped his wand but did not try to fight back.
Come out and talk, we mean you no harm.
A moment later, a rather thin young wizard appeared. He appeared to be around 17 or 18 years of age, perhaps a little older than George and Fred at best. He was wearing an old, ill-fitting wizard's robe that had been washed so many times it was turning white. He spoke in a self-mocking and sarcastic tone.
Not many wizards come to this dump. Why don't you tell me why you're here?
When Ivan saw him, he was reminded of the other, smaller werewolf he had seen at the second-floor window, but this was obviously not the time to think about that. Ivan quickly gathered his thoughts and pointed to Doggett.
This is the former vice president of St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries, Doggett, who has been poring over werewolves in Knockturn Alley over the years.
I'm afraid you'll be the youngest recipient of the Order of Merlin if it succeeds, said Doggett, unable to contain his admiration. He then suggested enthusiastically that he wanted to join the research for the Wolf's Bane potion. Ivan, of course, readily agreed. He had been trying to think of a way to frame Doggett so that he could cover for him, but before he could suggest it, the other party took the bait. After chatting for a while, Ivan soon realized that he might have underestimated Doggett. Doggett must have had some skill to have been made a deputy dean in his mid-30s, and although he was not known for being fond of werewolves, he was able to suggest a few possible pharmacological solutions. Ivan also made a lot of money for a while. If he had only thoughtlessly brewed the medicine with the recipe in the past, he now had a deeper understanding of the composition of the wolf venom potion. After walking for the better part of an hour, the road became more and more deserted. The east side of Knockturn Alley was almost completely forgotten, with broken houses, broken stone pillars, and overgrown shrubs. Ivan looked around, expecting to see the werewolves but not expecting them to be there. This was because it did not seem like a habitable place. Was it to avoid getting angry and hurting people during the full moon? Or was it simply poverty? Ivan was lost in his own thoughts when a red light hit the ground a short distance in front of him, sending debris flying. Ivan instinctively activated the protective ring on his right hand, and a barrier of magic rose out of thin air to ward off the debris. On Doggett's side, he gently waved his wand, sweeping away the rubble. Ivan frowned at being targeted so suddenly, and despite the lack of a direct attack, it was not a good sign. Ivan gripped his wand but did not try to fight back. "Come out and talk, we mean you no harm." A moment later, a rather thin young wizard appeared. He appeared to be around 17 or 18 years of age, perhaps a little older than George and Fred at best. He was wearing an old, ill-fitting wizard's robe that had been washed so many times it was turning white. He spoke in a self-mocking and sarcastic tone. "Not many wizards come to this dump. Why don't you tell me why you're here?" When Ivan saw him, he was reminded of the other, smaller werewolf he had seen at the second-floor window, but this was obviously not the time to think about that. Ivan quickly gathered his thoughts and pointed to Duguet. "This is the former vice president of St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries, Doggett, who has been poring over werewolves in Knockturn Alley over the years. There have been some groundbreaking developments, so I'd like to ask a few werewolf wizards about them." Considering that he was only in his second year of wizarding education, and that he was not very convincing, Ivan placed the title of research on him. In order to avoid misunderstanding, he did not directly mention drawing blood. Doggett listened to Ivan with an odd expression on his face. He did not know when he had immersed himself in the study of werewolves in Knockturn Alley. However, Doggett did not argue with Ivan. Instead, he went along with Ivan's speech and addressed the sorcerer.
"Not bad. Do you know any werewolves around here?"
Instead of answering his question, the young wizard frowned and asked,
"Duggart, were you the one who treated him last time?" "Fren,"
Daggett asked, his expression changing slightly.
"I did treat a werewolf a while back, if you mean him, yes. You know him, so you should know how good I am at medicine."
Doggett sounded very pleased with himself. He thought it would be easier if he had connections. After all, he was the werewolf savior. Ivan, however, was not so optimistic, and became wary, as he noticed that the other man's expression was becoming increasingly angry. Swish! A blinding red light shot out of the young wizard's wand and into the sky. Even a fool could see that he wasn't going to have a good talk. Ivan turned angrily to Duguet and asked what was going on. The latter had an innocent expression on his face. He usually could not be bothered with werewolves, and his only contact with them was to treat their injuries. Unless he killed the werewolf last time.
"Split up."
Ivan had no intention of intervening. Doggett didn't seem to care. The shield charm had been cast on him, and the spell's light had returned the way it had come. Not only that, but Doggett was not in the habit of taking a beating passively. With a tap of his wand, he cast spell after spell. Despite his small size, the werewolf wizard was surprisingly skilled. Most importantly, he did not care about his image at all and managed to dodge several of the spells with a roll. But that was all. Ivan frowned when Doggett failed to deal with the creature immediately. Fearing that the red light rising into the sky would attract more enemies, he waved his wand.
"Let's grab him and get out of here. I'm afraid we'll be in trouble if we stay here. After all, you only need a few tubes of blood, don't you think?"
Chapter 136. How many times can you defend against such a spell? Yvonne nodded. It was a violent move, one that might even cause a misunderstanding, but it would have to do for now. However, to their surprise, the young wizard, who had fallen to the ground and lost his ability to fight back, listened to their conversation, and his eyes suddenly turned red. Brownish-gray hair quickly grew on his body, and with a roar, the vines binding him were instantly torn apart. Ivan backed away quickly, looking shocked. It was not a full moon. Although it is rumored that a werewolf wizard will lose his mind and transform into a wolf in a fit of rage, that is only a legend. Even though Ivan was surprised, he reacted quickly. With a wave of his wand, more vines wrapped around his opponent, restricting their movements before they could finish their transformation. Doggett moved to the other side of the room and, in tacit agreement, cast a stunning spell.
Stupefy.
The blue light hit the werewolf easily, and it shook violently but managed to resist. Doggett was bewildered. This was the first time he had dealt with a werewolf. He had not expected such a monster to be so resistant to the stunning spell. Ivan did not look happy, knowing they had lost their best shot. Not far in front of him, the skinny young wizard, who was no more than 1.7 meters tall, had turned into a hairy monster nearly 2 meters tall with long, narrow arms. The werewolf's large, fanged mouth was filled with saliva, and it was panting heavily, making strange noises from its stomach. Ivan was secretly horrified. He hadn't thought much of it when he first saw it from the second-floor window, but now that he was facing it head-on, he realized how terrifying werewolves were. Tall and large, with exceptional fighting instincts, extraordinary regenerative and anti-magic abilities, and a fearsome ability to infect, it is no wonder that werewolves have been able to leave behind all manner of fearsome tales and even cause widespread panic in the wizarding community.
Looks like we're going to have to resort to rough tactics.
Duggett teased. It was just a werewolf, so Duggett didn't think much of it. He had held back because he didn't want to harm the werewolf. Otherwise, he could have used the Avada Kedavra to kill the werewolf while it was restrained. Doggett's face fell when he heard a distant shout, and he remembered the red light the werewolf had fired before the battle. Ivan also noticed this and saw several wizards rushing towards them, although they looked more like fugitives. Ivan had no attention to spare for anything else. The moment he broke free, the werewolf charged at him.
Obstacles.
Ivan raised his hand to cast the obstacle charm, but the werewolf's claws tore through it. In the distance, colorful charms were also flying towards them. Doggett created a large barrier of magic in front of him, just managing to ward off the incoming spells. Ivan's side was even more dangerous. Most of the attacks were aimed at him, and a dozen spells and werewolves were upon him in an instant. Ivan, aware that he was being treated like a pushover, frowned and willed the ring of magic around his left wrist to light up. In the next instant, a powerful surge of magic erupted from Ivan's body, obliterating all the spells that had been cast on him. The werewolf that had been charging at Ivan was thrown back against the rocks as if he had been hit by a car. Duggett, who was not too far away, was also knocked back a few steps by the aftershock. The ring of magic around Ivan's wrist had gone completely silent and could not be used again until it had been refilled. However, the werewolf wizards who came to the rescue did not understand the weakness of the ring of magic. They were stunned for a moment and looked at Ivan in bewilderment.
We don't mean any harm, we're just here to talk. The werewolf attacked first.
Ivan said to Doggett, signaling him not to do anything rash. The werewolf wizards exchanged glances, and then an elderly witch stepped forward and spoke to Doggett sternly.
That's impossible. Walker doesn't go around attacking people. Besides, what are you doing here? None of you are getting out of here unless you tell him.
Doggett raised his eyebrows but did not reply, leaving the decision to Ivan, an 11-year-old wizard who was only there as a bodyguard. Daggett paid no attention to the threats of the wizards in front of him. They had easily dealt with 5 well-trained law enforcement officers, let alone these poor, rogue wizards. Ivan, on the other hand, did not share Doggett's confidence. He was the only one who knew that the unicorn's shadow could not last long enough. If all of the werewolf wizards in front of him could transform, they would have a better chance of escaping with the werewolf's quick recovery. To this end, Ivan repeated what he had told the young wizard named Walker. Unfortunately, the werewolf wizards present were dubious.
We'll only trust you if you drop your wands.
The elderly witch warned. Ivan was momentarily amused. What's the difference between throwing away your wand and surrendering? He would have to be insane to do what he was told by a group of unknown wizards he had only recently met. Seeing that the werewolf he had sent flying was back on its feet, the rest of the wizards surrounded him and the others. Ivan knew that the battle was not enough to deter them, so he sighed and activated the strengthened runes on his wand.
If we really meant harm, we wouldn't have gone to all this trouble.
Without waiting for the werewolf wizards to understand, Ivan waved his wand at a nearby wall, and cast the only advanced offensive spell he had ever mastered.
Explode.
Orange flames poured from the tip of the wand, expanding in the air and crashing into the wall. The next moment, a head-sized orange flame expanded into a gigantic fireball, accompanied by a violent explosion and roar. A moment ago, it was still standing tall on the high street, but in the blink of an eye, it was reduced to a pile of rubble.
As I was saying, how many times can you defend against such a spell?
Chapter 141. 141 This is too brutal, 3 years ago. Chapter 137 This is too brutal.
Wu tilde.
At that moment, something strange happened again. Walker, who had transformed into a werewolf, threw his head back and howled. Tension rose in the air. Werewolves were mindless when they transformed, acting on pure bloodlust. There was no telling what Walker was capable of doing. Ivan cursed under his breath. The strengthening charms could only be used once every hour, and the ring of magic had run out of magic. If they found out, they might start fighting again. The werewolf wizards were even more frightened, fearing that Walker would attack the young wizard opposite them, who appeared to be quite small but possessed a fearsome charm. Their bodies were not as hard as the walls of the street, and the range of the explosion made it difficult for them to dodge. Such a spell only needed to be cast a few times to destroy them all. Dugat was the only one who remained calm and collected. Over the course of the past few days, Ivan had come to his senses again and again, and Dugat suddenly felt that he might be getting old. Thick white mist began to pour out of the wand, and Ivan wondered if he should cast a blood spell to stabilize the situation. Walker, in his werewolf form, was the only one who could keep the werewolves in check. Just as Ivan's eyes flashed and he was about to attack, the werewolf Walker made the signal to attack, and in the next second he turned and fled. The werewolf state was based on pure bloodlust, but because of this, it was very sensitive to danger. After witnessing the collapse of a street wall under the power of a spell and sensing danger, it did not hesitate to abandon its attack. Ivan's tense face relaxed a little, but then his eyes widened. The werewolf who ran to the corner of the street was about to escape when a middle-aged wizard in his 30s and shabby robes appeared at the street exit. In the face of the oncoming werewolf, the wizard reached out with his thick arms and accurately pressed his palm against the werewolf's neck, knocking it against the wall. The figure then punched the werewolf repeatedly on the head. The werewolf, Walker, let out a blood-curdling scream as he clawed at the wizard with his razor-sharp claws, drawing blood. The middle-aged wizard, however, was unmoved, and he smashed Walker, who had lost control, unconscious. Ivan winced, instantly recognizing the middle-aged wizard in front of him, Fran, as the one who had asked Dugat to treat his wounds.
Fran, you're just in time, or Walker would have lost control and run.
What happened here? What happened to the explosion?
Fran's arms were covered in blood and scratches. However, he did not care, as the wound had stopped bleeding within a short period of time, and even if left unchecked, it would heal automatically in a week or so. Fran's slightly bulging eyes looked around, pausing for a moment on the rubble. If he remembered correctly, there should have been a stone wall here before.
Your name is Flun, isn't it? We're here to ask for some help. We don't mean any harm. The young wizard Walker attacked us first for some reason, and we were forced to fight back.
Flan didn't reply. After listening to the werewolf wizard's report, she nodded and turned to Ivan with a puzzled look.
Did you destroy that stone wall over there?
Of course.
Ivan nodded.
Impressive.
Flan said in a flat tone of surprise that made Ivan frown, but there was no irony in it. Before Ivan could think better of it, Flan continued.
Thank you for last time. The Dittany and Wormhood were very useful.
Chapter 138. How about 3 galleons for a bottle of blood? With that, he picked up Walker, who had returned to his normal form, and walked past Ivan and Doggett toward the end of the street. Ivan exchanged glances with Doggett, secretly wary, and then followed after Fran.
Why don't you go ahead and finish your meal? I'll just talk to them.
Flan said to the rest of the werewolves as she put Walker aside. After dismissing the rest of the group, Fran went to a relatively clean area and gestured for them to sit down. Ivan relaxed a little, now that he wasn't surrounded by werewolves.
Is this how you usually treat your guests?
Ivan teased as they sat down. In contrast to Flan's calm demeanor, Ivan had the distinct feeling that the other werewolves had been guarding against the two of them. When they entered the house, they formed a faint encirclement, almost causing Ivan to think they were about to attack.
That's probably because you put too much pressure on them.
Flan said mildly. Ivan raised his eyebrows in a noncommittal manner. If the werewolves hadn't attacked him, he wouldn't have resorted to using magical props.
Fran,
As they chatted, the elderly werewolf witch came over with a large bowl and handed it to him. Fran reached for the bowl and turned to Ivan and the others.
Bread porridge, would you like some?
Ivan looked at the bowl in Fran's hand. There were pieces of bread floating on the surface of the soup, but there was no meat at all. Instead, there were leaves of an unknown type, more like water than porridge.
that's all you eat.
Dugat asked, raising his eyebrows.
No, it's only been rough for a month or two.
Ignoring their stares, Fran picked up the bowl of bread soup and drank it. Walker, who was lying on his side, suddenly opened his eyes and struggled to sit up, his face still bruised. After coughing twice, Walker looked angrily at Doggett.
If you hadn't robbed us of our hard-earned savings, why would we eat this every day?
The money? Yvonne thought back to the time when Morgan Dugat extorted 50 galleons out of Flun while she was recovering from her injuries. So that was the reason. Ivan turned to look at Doggett with a strange expression on his face, finally understanding why Walker looked so angry when he saw the registration number. Doggett showed no sign of remorse. He looked at Walker and sneered.
Rob, you'd better know that's for the treatment. If you think it's too expensive, you can choose not to treat it. You.
Walker's face was red with anger, his fists clenched.
Walker!
Flan interrupted in a low voice, then looked at the young werewolf who was still a little disgruntled and scolded him.
If you hadn't sneaked out and broken into someone's house, I wouldn't have gotten hurt trying to save you, and I think you've learned your lesson from the last time.
Walker lost his temper after being reprimanded by Fran, and his face fell in shame and guilt. He opened his mouth to explain, but nothing came out. Seeing him like this, Fran didn't say anything else and turned to look at the two of them.
I'm sorry, this child is a little extreme. I apologize on his behalf, but please don't take it to heart.
Ivan waved his hand to indicate that he would not take it to heart, and Doggett was not interested in arguing with a small werewolf brat.
So let's get down to business, shall we? What are you doing here?
Asked Fran.
I've been working on a special potion that will solve the problem of losing your mind when you turn into werewolves.
Ivan said bluntly, deciding not to use Dugat as a cover. Ivan expected the werewolves to be overjoyed when he finished, but there was only silence. Other werewolf wizards nearby were actually keeping an eye on the situation. When Ivan, a young wizard, offered to solve the werewolf problem, they tried to talk him out of it. However, the shock Ivan had given them earlier was still fresh in their minds, so for some reason, they had a feeling that he might actually be able to do it. This strange contrast made them feel terrible.
So you're going to let us work with you on your experiments, as your subjects?
Fren frowned. Flan knew that it would not be easy to develop a potion recipe, and that, in addition to the time and effort involved, it would require someone to drink one of the half-finished potions in order to confirm its effects. Drinking an unknown potion is extremely risky. Anything can happen.
No, I'm almost done with the recipe. I just need a little blood as the key ingredient, you werewolves.
This was why he was there. Other ingredients for the wolfsbane potion could be found in the potion shop in Diagon Alley, but werewolf blood was not. It seemed to Ivan that the only way to gain the trust of the Ministry and the Order of Merlin was to brew the wolfsbane potion first, so that Doggett would see the results and trust him completely. Otherwise, he would have been ignored by both the Ministry and the Order of Merlin, even if he had the recipe.
You want our blood?
Flan asked, narrowing her eyes and examining Ivan.
That's impossible. Who knows if you're telling the truth? I've heard that many dark wizards can use a person's blood to perform curse magic.
Ivan was not disappointed. He stood up and looked around the room, pausing on the food and shabby clothes of the werewolves, deliberately raising his voice so that the other werewolves could hear.
I'm not asking you to do this for free. How about?
Chapter 139, We werewolves are poor, but
Enough, no one here will sell you blood.
Walker shouted, standing and pointing his wand at Ivan. Ivan ignored him, speaking loudly.
4 galleons a bottle.
As Ivan spoke, the werewolves in the hall grew more excited, but no one chose to speak up. Walker was relieved to see this and turned to Ivan with a smug look on his face, trying to tell him that even poor wizards had dignity. However, Walker did not know and nobody spoke, only hoping Ivan would continue to bid.
I only need 5 bottles of blood.
The next moment, the werewolf wizards who had been silent could no longer sit still. They put down their bread porridge and leaned over.
5 bottles of blood, we agreed on 20 galleons. I can give it to you.
With my blood they are too old, mine is more vibrant.
5 bottles is too little. Are you sure it's enough for research? Don't you need more? We can spare 100 bottles.
Walker stared at the werewolf wizards who were rolling up their sleeves, ready to bleed, and something in him broke.
Don't worry, everyone. There's a bottle of blood for everyone.
Feeling ignored, Walker's face turned red, then white, then he ran into the yard.
Can I help you, or are you just going to give me a run for my money?
Yvonne asked.
I wouldn't have lost if you two hadn't ganged up on me.
Chapter 140. Your ambition is clear, there's no need to hide it.
2 bottles of blood.
Noticing Ivan's gaze, Walker said the words out loud, embarrassed. Ivan wanted to say that the 5 bottles of wolf's blood were enough. However, seeing Walker in such a state, Yvonne was worried that he would be furious if she told him.
There's definitely more blood in these 2 jars than you've ever had in a beaker. If you don't think it's enough, I can always add more.
Ivan shook his head. He could see, of course, that the 2 jars thrown at him were larger than the beakers he had used before. There must have been more than 1,200 milliliters of werewolf blood in there, and Ivan threw 8 galleons at it. Walker took them all, his pale face lighting up.
You're still standing, impressive.
Ivan looked at the young werewolf wizard in admiration. A normal person would have fainted after losing so much blood at once.
Of course, I'm a werewolf. If you need me, you can come back tomorrow.
Walker insisted, feeling weak.
No, I don't need werewolf blood anymore in the short term.
Ivan quickly refused, afraid that the child would draw blood and kill him. Walker was disappointed but quickly thought of something else, and after a moment's hesitation, spoke.
Aren't you going to work on a potion that will bring a werewolf to their senses?
Yvonne nodded, not quite sure what he meant.
I can transform into a werewolf on a non-full moon night.
Walker hesitated, his words still awkward, but he tried to emphasize his point.
Of course, it's not free. 10.
Walker wanted to say that 10 galleons a pop was fine, but he was worried about being rejected, so he kept trying.
I thought you didn't believe in my potions, and were worried there might be a problem.
Ivan said, amused.
No, I don't.
Walker said, nodding at Ivan's surprised look.
It's better for me to drink it than them. I can transform into a werewolf at any time to recover from my injuries. As long as I don't die on the spot, I can recover quickly.
Walker knew full well the consequences of drinking the second half of the potion, and the risk of death. However, having seen the werewolf wizards sell their blood for galleons, Walker was well aware that Ivan was willing to risk his life if he could afford it. Ivan shook his head in exasperation at Walker's fearlessness. He didn't need anyone to experiment with the potion, he had the recipe for the wolf's bane. Thinking he would need a successful example to gain his trust, Ivan nodded and agreed.
Then we have a deal.
At Ivan's nod of agreement, Walker leapt over the raised stonework of the street wall and disappeared. Yvonne marveled at the werewolf's exceptional physical prowess as she spoke to Doggett.
Headmaster Dugat in the last 2 months.
I'm not sure, but I haven't heard any rumors. I think he's behaving himself.
Said Doggett after a moment.
Let's go back.
Yvonne nodded, not wanting to pry. The latter had no objections, but simply looked Ivan up and down in amazement. Doggett witnessed Ivan's actions today, and how he persuaded the wary, hostile werewolf wizards to donate their blood. First, he showed his overwhelming strength in the first battle, established his power, and took the initiative. Using the weakness of the werewolf wizard's lack of money, and gradually using galleons to break down their mental defenses. After drawing their blood, he diffused their resentment with heartfelt words of concern. The wolf venom potion that was developed next had even more leverage over the werewolves.
I can't believe you're so ambitious.
Doggett exclaimed, thinking that Yvonne must have known about the incident. He should have known he couldn't keep it a secret forever.
It's not necessarily a bad thing to have a big goal, but you have to do things step by step. You're 12 years old, too young, not intimidating enough, and those werewolves won't want to follow you. You're thinking too much, Dean Duguet.
Chapter 141, This Galleon is Worth Spending.
So why did you ask me about werewolf wizards before?
Duguet asked playfully. Ivan rolled his eyes. He considered hiring werewolves to help him find information about Knockturn Alley because they were poor and desperate for money. When the Ministry of Magic investigated his shop, Ivan learned how little he knew. All the information he had was either from the system mission or from either Alicia or Doggett. In such a dangerous place as Knockturn Alley, it would not do to go without information. It was for this reason that Ivan targeted the werewolves. This was further reinforced by the fact that there were clear instructions for Ivan to keep an eye out for any fugitives from the ministry. However, Ivan did not say any of these things out loud. He felt that if he mentioned them, Duguet might imagine them again. Ivan's silence confirmed Doggett's suspicions, and he grew more interested in the wolfsbane potion. He immediately decided to go all out and help Ivan develop the wolf poison potion within a year. As such, before leaving, Doggett took 2 bottles of werewolf blood with him to study. Ivan couldn't stop him, so he let him take the 2 bottles of blood. When they got home, Ivan was so excited that he started brewing the wolfsbane potion. All the ingredients had been prepared a few days ago, and all that was missing was werewolf blood. Calming flower, fig skin, sage root.
Clean it up.
Ivan ordered, waving his wand to clear the mess. The spilled potion juice and waste were gathered by the magic and thrown into the bin as rubbish.
Well,
After dealing with it, Ivan thought about the mistake he had made earlier and rearranged the ingredients for the other wolf venom potion. One defeat did not shake Ivan. He had known for a long time that wolf venom was difficult to brew. Among the ingredients, other than mild ingredients like calming flowers and moonstone powder, there were also many conflicting ingredients that could fail if brewed carelessly. However, seeing that he was nearing grade 5 in potions, Ivan felt that there was no need to use his GPA, so he began to brew the wolf's bane potion again. This time, Ivan was very careful, following the instructions step by step. After an hour of struggle, the potion in the cauldron gradually stabilized from a muddy mess to a thick liquid.
phew.
Ivan was relieved. He had said that it should work. Otherwise, the recipe given by the system should have shown the prerequisite level of potions. After setting the wolfsbane potion aside, Ivan moved on to the next bottle, stopping only when all the ingredients had been used up.
About 60% success rate.
Ivan muttered, looking at the discarded potion ingredients in the bin. Perhaps only by leveling up potions to level 5 would one be able to brew the wolf venom potion with a 100% success rate. As for the cost, Ivan estimated it to be around 2 or 3 galleons. The most expensive ingredient was werewolf blood, and each bottle, whether successful or not, required 100 milliliters of werewolf blood. With that done, Ivan repaired the damaged protective ring from the previous battle. It had been used several times during the afternoon battle, and the material of the protective ring had been damaged by the magical waves. Although it seemed to be functional, it was better to repair it just in case. The ring of magic also required charging. Ivan was frustrated at the thought. There was no limit on the number of times he could use the ring of magic after it was repaired, but it had to be charged and infused with magic before it could be used. Ivan had also figured out the general meaning of the runes, which were simply stored and released. This leads to the ring of magic having a very poor use of magic. If the total amount of magic in his body was 1 unit, then the ring of magic would need 5 units to be full. The only good thing was that it could be released without being fully stored, although the effect was not very good. After infusing most of her magic into the aura of magic, Ivan realized that it was already dawn. He quickly turned off the lights and went to bed.
Ivan howls.
Alicia's voice called from downstairs. In her daze, Ivan heard Alicia shouting downstairs. Yawning, Ivan rolled out of bed and ran down the stairs. Every time his mother called him by his full name, it was for an emergency or he was in trouble. When they reached the bottom of the stairs, Ivan was relieved to find that Alicia had called him because someone from the ministry had arrived. The three Aurors who came were Dawlish, Ellison, and Sunny, who came to receive the last of the protective gear. Before Ivan could say hello, Isaiah urged him to pick up the Weasley's joke toy merchandise, which he left in a pile when it arrived. Ivan had to make another trip, dragging down a large package and placing it on the table.
Captain Dawlish, how is the ministry cleanup going?
Due to the previous system mission prompt, Ivan was very concerned about this.
It's not good. Several colleagues have been injured in the past few days.
Dawlish hesitated, then decided to tell the truth.
However, it is much better than before. Thanks to your protective props, none of the Auror captains who used the protective rings were injured.
Chapter 142, Did you steal this formula? As the two of them discussed, Sunny could not help but complain.
I heard that the injured Aurors are planning to protest to the ministry. They say that if the ministry doesn't give them protective equipment, they won't do such dangerous missions anymore.
Then you can persuade your executive director to buy more things.
Ivan said with a smile. Sunny stuck out her tongue. She didn't have the guts to try and persuade him otherwise. Ellison quietly pulled Ivan aside, revealing the ring of protection on his right hand.
Can the protective ring be repaired if it's broken?
It's broken already, Ivan wondered. He used relatively inexpensive materials to make his protective rings, but expected to use them for a year or two. Only repeated use in a short period of time can cause significant wear and tear.
You haven't been an Auror for long, have you? Why are you fighting so often?
Ivan asked. Ellison smiled sheepishly and then proudly recounted his experience. Due to his protective ring and protective gloves, he was extremely brave in the past few days. He dared to attract the attention of the enemy and was unanimously acknowledged by the other Aurors. Even the head of department gave him verbal praise during the meeting.
I don't think it will be long before I pass the hitter's review,
Ellison said, her face alight with enthusiasm. Ivan's mouth twitched. He didn't think Ellison would live long enough to become a beater.
The protective ring can be repaired, of course, but it's not free. 30 galleons a fix.
Ivan said after a moment. Ivan had originally intended to refuse the request to repair the ring, as it would help increase sales, but he thought better of it. 70 galleons was not a small number. If it was damaged and could not be repaired, the other party might not be willing to buy a second one. So you might as well charge for after-sales services.
30 galleons, that's a lot of money.
Ellison was frustrated. He didn't have that kind of money. The last time he bought a protective ring, he bought it in installments.
You're losing your job. Wouldn't you ask the department to reimburse you?
Yvonne looked at Ellison, the new Auror, in confusion. No matter how expensive the repairs were, what did they have to do with him?
You can do that.
Ellison was stunned, and then he realized that he hadn't thought about it before. Ellison was completely relieved, and then quietly asked if he could wear multiple protective rings at the same time. After all, in addition to the ones he bought himself, the ministry would probably give him another when he became an elite smasher or an Auror captain. Yvonne realized that the man hadn't changed at all. He was still such a wimp.
I've thought of it. I've finally thought of it. We can use calming flowers and sage to suppress the violent elements in the wolf's blood. If we start there, we can produce the finished product in 6 months at most.
Doggett explained everything to Ivan, unable to contain his excitement. Last night, he spent the entire night analyzing the ingredients in the wolf's blood, but he was unable to make any significant discoveries. Recalling the herbs Ivan had mentioned earlier, he tested them one by one, and suddenly felt that he had solved most of the research difficulty of the wolf venom potion. All that was left was to work out the potion's ingredients and experiment with the werewolves. Doggett felt a surge of pride at the thought. which meant the Order of Merlin was now within reach.
Oh,
Ivan replied mildly. Ivan's lack of reaction puzzled Doggett, and he was about to question him further when Ivan took a brown test tube out of his wizard's robe and placed it on the table.
what is this?
Asked Doggett, his expression changing. It couldn't be.
It's a wolfsbane potion.
Ivan began.
Wolf venom potion.
Daggett exclaimed as he looked at the brown potion on the table.
So you finished the product and are ready to experiment.
Doggett could not believe his eyes when another possibility occurred to him. He glanced around and lowered his voice.
You didn't steal the recipe from your potions professor, Snape, while you were at school, did you?
How is that possible? I just developed the wolfsbane potion last night.
Yvonne rolled her eyes. There was no one better than Duggett at imagining things. Doggett knew his mistake and smiled apologetically. It made sense. If Snape had known how to brew the wolfsbane potion, he would have announced it to the world. After understanding this, Doggett was depressed. He had studied and analyzed the potion the night before and learned something. He was about to share the good news with Ivan when he found out that Ivan had even managed to brew a finished potion. Seeing that Doggett's excitement had turned into frustration, Ivan tried to comfort him by telling him that he had been working on the subject since he was in school and that he had the help of some professors. Doggett was relieved. As he had said, even a genius could not produce a finished potion in one night. After a good deal of fooling and disarming Doggett, Ivan grabbed the wolfsbane potion he had concocted the night before and headed for the werewolf wizard base. When they reached the middle of the ruined street, Walker jumped out of a tree on one side.
Ivan, why are you here today? I thought we didn't need any more werewolf blood for a while.
Ivan looked up and was surprised to see that, although Walker's face was pale, there was some color in it compared to the day before.
Yes, that's why we're here today.
Ivan said, taking the wolfsbane potion from the pocket of his wizarding robe. The dark brown liquid glistened in the sunlight.
It's done already.
Chapter 143. That's right, this is the wolf poison potion. Remembering the promise he had made earlier, Walker steeled himself and took the wolfsbane potion from her.
We agreed to drink 3 galleons at once, don't you forget.
Amused, Ivan tossed the 3 galleons over and then added.
I've studied the recipe for the wolf poison potion for a long time, and I'm only missing werewolf blood. That's why I haven't made it yet.
Ivan's heart sank. He had worked so hard to brew the wolfsbane potion, and now he had to pay someone to drink it. Walker felt a little more confident now. He looked at the brown liquid in the test tube and gulped it down. Gulp, gulp.
How do you feel?
Asked Doggett hurriedly. He did not share Ivan's confidence, and he considered himself lucky that the first phase of the study did not go wrong.
Nothing seems to be happening.
Walker said, smacking his lips.
The wolfsbane potion is a potion that keeps a werewolf sane. How do you know it's going to work if you don't transform?
Ivan asked. Walker nodded, his mind replaying the events that had infuriated him. However, even after several minutes of waiting with Doggett, Walker did not show any change in expression other than anger.
I've never actively transformed before.
Walker explained sheepishly.
Perhaps I wasn't angry enough. Let me think about it. Never mind, I'll give you a hand.
Ivan said reluctantly.
Help how?
Walker asked curiously.
Fear descends.
Cried Ivan, and with a flick of his wand, a purple beam of magical light shot out and struck Walker. In the next instant, Walker's face contorted and his body began to swell and change. His limbs elongated and grayish-brown hair began to grow out of his skin.
It doesn't look like the potion is working,
said Daggett, holding his wand.
Stop playing, Walker.
Ivan interrupted, shaking his head.
Yes, how did you know I was pretending?
The slightly sulky tone came out of the werewolf's mouth, a contrast that made Duggett uncomfortable and surprised. This meant that the development of the wolf venom potion was a success.
If you had any sense at all, you'd be on us by now.
Ivan said casually.
More importantly, I'm confident in my potions. I see.
Walker's lip curled. He'd wanted to scare Ivan to get back at him for letting him witness such an infuriating scene.
How are you feeling now?
Yvonne asked.
This is.
Walker's wolfish face lit up with excitement. He had never experienced sanity in his werewolf form. Walker looked at his arms, which were furry and sharp-clawed, and felt his whole body fill with power. He couldn't help but run around, his powerful limbs covering several meters in a single leap.
He seems to have adapted quite well to being a werewolf.
Doggett commented to Walker, who was visibly excited. Yvonne tilted her head, not quite sure what Duguet was referring to, but thinking about it, she did. Other werewolves seemed to be more or less averse to their werewolf status. Just like Lupin in the original novel, even if he took the wolf venom potion, he would only choose to hide in one place and wait for his transformation to end. Once he was discovered, he would look terrified.
Hold on.
It was one thing to lose his mind during normal transformations, but now that he was conscious, Walker did not want to be beaten up. Ivan had a strange expression on his face as he watched the 2-meter-tall, ferocious-looking werewolf leap into the tree and hug the branch. For the werewolf wizards, it was shock, confusion, fear, and disbelief.
Walker, you can talk now.
Flan's expression changed several times. If not for the werewolf's unusual behavior of hiding in a tree, he would have thought he had misheard.
Of course I can talk.
Walker said smugly, jumping down from the tree and landing in front of them. All of the werewolf wizards, with the exception of Flan, were clutching their wands, their faces twisted in fear that Walker would briefly regain consciousness and then lose it again. Fran was not afraid. Even if Walker lost control at close range, he would not be able to defeat him.
You can stay sane while you're a werewolf. How do you do that? Can you determine how long it will last?
Walker, troubled because he did not know how long it would last, turned to Ivan and the others. Flan, who had been watching Walker, noticed Ivan and Doggett approaching from the street. A vague thought occurred to him, and he was about to ask when Ivan spoke first.
The potion will keep him awake for at least a week.
Chapter 144, We Promised. How much does such a potion cost? Wolfsbane potion. Hearing Ivan's explanation, the werewolf wizards were overwhelmed with excitement. They had heard Ivan mention the wolfsbane potion the day before, but it had been an empty promise. They found it hard to believe that a mere wizard could have developed a potion that could solve their werewolf problem. It was different now. Walker, who could still communicate normally after transforming into a werewolf, was right in front of them. No matter how surprised they were, they had to admit that this was the truth.
You mean if we drink the wolfsbane potion, we'll all be able to do what Walker did?
Even the normally calm Flan could not contain her curiosity.
Of course.
Ivan nodded and was about to push the potion on again when he saw an elderly werewolf witch lose control of her emotions and start sobbing. Yvonne was puzzled. It didn't make sense for her to be so happy.
Thank you.
While Ivan was in a daze, Fran came up and patted him on the shoulder, thanking him sincerely. With that, he turned to the crying old witch and spoke to Ivan with a bitter smile.
You are not werewolves and may find it difficult to understand our feelings.
You mean if we drink the wolfsbane potion, we'll all be able to do what Walker did? Even the normally calm Flan could not contain her curiosity. Of course. Ivan nodded and was about to push the potion on again when he saw an elderly werewolf witch lose control of her emotions and start sobbing. Yvonne was puzzled. It didn't make sense for her to be so happy. Thank you. While Ivan was in a daze, Fran came up and patted him on the shoulder, thanking him sincerely. With that, he turned to the crying old witch and spoke to Ivan with a bitter smile. You are not werewolves and may find it difficult to understand our feelings. They are actually poor souls who were not born to be werewolves, but rather were bitten or scratched by other werewolves who lost control in their early years and were forcibly transformed due to poor treatment.
The transformation from a normal wizard to a werewolf nearly destroyed their original lives.
You mean if we drink the wolfsbane potion, we'll all be able to do what Walker did? Even the normally calm Flan could not contain her curiosity. Of course. Ivan nodded and was about to push the potion on again when he saw an elderly werewolf witch lose control of her emotions and start sobbing. Yvonne was puzzled. It didn't make sense for her to be so happy. "Thank you." While Ivan was in a daze, Fran came up and patted him on the shoulder, thanking him sincerely. With that, he turned to the crying old witch and spoke to Ivan with a bitter smile. "You are not werewolves and may find it difficult to understand our feelings. They are actually poor souls who were not born to be werewolves, but rather were bitten or scratched by other werewolves who lost control in their early years and were forcibly transformed due to poor treatment. The transformation from a normal wizard to a werewolf nearly destroyed their original lives. They left their homes so as not to harm their loved ones, and found it difficult to find a job where they could support themselves in the vast wizarding world, as there was hardly anywhere to welcome a werewolf who could go on a rampage at any moment.
Your wolfsbane potion gives us hope for a normal life, and I think every werewolf will thank you for that."
Ivan, however, was not so optimistic. He shook his head and said quietly,
Even with the wolfsbane potion, it will be difficult to change wizards' long-held beliefs in a short period of time. You'd better be prepared.
Ivan didn't want to be a wet blanket at a time like this if he could help it, but he understood that if these werewolf wizards were confident that the wolfsbane potion would clear the air, they would end up witnessing a crueler reality.
"We're well aware of that, of course, but at least there's some hope now, isn't there?"
Said Fran, who was quite open-minded. The rest of the werewolves, having recovered from their earlier excitement, stepped forward to thank him. Ivan was embarrassed by the back-to-back praise, as he had made the wolfsbane potion for selfish reasons.
By the way, how much is this potion?
Someone suddenly asked. The group of werewolves realized this crucial point and looked nervously at Ivan. The wolfsbane potion could help them get rid of the problem of going berserk after transforming, but only if they could afford it.
20.
Ivan sighed. Ivan had wanted to set the price at 20 galleons, which, according to his budget, would have been more or less what the werewolf wizards who worked or did odd jobs elsewhere could save up for a month. The higher the price, the more money one could not afford, and the lower the price, the less money one could earn. 20 galleons was the limit that both parties could accept. However, seeing all the werewolves looking at her and thinking about the stories that Flunn had told her, Ivan hesitated for a moment before lowering the price to half the original price. After setting the price, Ivan suddenly thought of something and gave Fran a dirty look. He was wondering why she was suddenly telling him stories. Flan gave Ivan an apologetic look. He had no intention of threatening Ivan with these things. He just wanted to tell Ivan about the difficulties of werewolves, the inventor of the wolf poison potion.
Thank you.
"With the wolfsbane potion, we'll soon find official employment."
Several of the werewolves spoke at once about their vision of the future, most expressing their gratitude. It was at this point that Fran spoke solemnly.
"Ivan Harris, if you ever need our help in the future, feel free to come to us. You're always welcome here if..."
Yes, let me know if you run into any trouble.
Chapter 145, What Do You Know? After confirming the effects of the wolfsbane potion, Ivan declined the werewolf wizard's invitation to stay. When they left the station, Doggett, who had been silent all this time, offered praise.
You did well this time. Fame is more important than vulgar money.
Doggett sighed as he realized that he had seriously underestimated Ivan, a young wizard who was able to develop a wolfsbane potion and resist the lure of money. This made the rest of the operation extremely easy, as Doggett felt that Ivan could easily gain the favor of all the werewolves if the publicity was good enough, which would help with future plans. As expected of you. Doggett looked at Ivan with slight amazement. If he had had such courage in the past, he would not be in his current state. Ivan did not know that Doggett was imagining things, but he disagreed with Doggett. Vulgar money. You can give it to me if you don't want it big.
Headmaster Doggart, since you think money is vulgar, I'll leave the brewing of the wolf's bane to you. This way, we can further lower the price of the potion.
Ivan said, rolling his eyes.
Cough, cough.
Daggett coughed awkwardly. For the rest of the journey, Doggett and Ivan discussed how much they should pay for the services, striving for the slightest advantage until they reached home. For every bottle brewed, Doggett received a galleon. Ivan wanted to lower the price even more, but Doggett was determined not to back down and showed no signs of promoting money. After all, the wolf venom potion was not something that could be concocted by ordinary people. It required a high level of potion making to guarantee the success of the potion. Another potion master might have offered a very high price, so it was better to leave the brewing to Doggett. Ivan felt that since this guy had nothing better to do, he might as well brew some wolf venom potion every day to sell, so that he could avoid having to extort money from patients. After negotiating the price, Ivan suddenly remembered that he did not even have a follow-up publicity plan. He did not even know if he could sell the wolf poison potion. Besides, he wondered if there were any patents in the wizarding world, and if there were, where would he apply? Yvonne was about to ask a question when Doggett waved her off.
Don't worry, I get it all. You think about your words for a couple of days, then change into something nice and elegant. I'll take you to the Ministry of Magic in 2 days.
With that, Doggett waved his wand and used apparition to hurry out of the shop. Ivan was left standing in front of the door in a daze.
What do you know about hammers?
Even when Ivan got home, he did not fully understand what Doggett was trying to say, but he had an idea that he would be meeting some important people at the Ministry of Magic in 2 days. It happened to be dinner time, and Isaiah was looking at Ivan with concern.
What's wrong? Not going well today.
The fact that Ivan brewed the wolfsbane potion to test it on the werewolves in Knockturn Alley was well known to Alicia, so she assumed that there was a problem with the potion.
No, it went well. The wolfsbane potion worked just as I expected.
Ivan said, relaxing his frown and shaking his head.
Then it seems you will soon be the youngest recipient of the Order of Merlin in the wizarding world.
Alicia was mildly surprised, but more than that she was pleasantly surprised.
That's great, I knew you'd make it,
said Alicia happily, kissing Ivan on the forehead.
Yes, we should be able to get it. Let's eat.
Ivan blushed, not used to it, and changed the subject forcefully with his knife and fork. For a moment, he didn't care what Doggett was up to, but he would know in 2 days. Ivan did not waste his free 2 days. In addition to the daily routine of practicing magic and occasionally discussing spell casting with Tom, he would visit the werewolf wizard's station to find out more about them. Yvonne did not forget that one of her goals in looking for werewolves was to get them to help her find out more about Knockturn Alley, especially if any dark wizards were after her shop. When Fran heard this, she agreed on the spot without hesitation, even refusing to accept Ivan's payment. As far as Flan was concerned, Ivan had reduced the price of the wolfsbane potion for the sake of the werewolf wizards, and it was only natural that he would do her a small favor. Furthermore, Fran was counting on Ivan, the inventor of the wolfsbane potion, to develop a cure for werewolves in the future. If something went wrong, wouldn't the flame of hope that had been so hard to ignite be extinguished? So it wasn't just Flan, but the rest of the werewolves promised to find out for him in their spare time. However, Ivan had no intention of blackmailing them, so after some consideration, he decided to hire them another way. It just so happened that brewing the wolf poison potion required a large amount of werewolf blood, so he promised that all the werewolf wizards present would draw blood twice a month in exchange for a free bottle of wolf poison potion. Werewolves have excellent regenerative abilities, as Walker was able to recover in just a few days after drawing 1,000 milliliters of blood at a time, indicating that drawing blood once every 2 weeks would not do any harm to a werewolf wizard's body. When the payment was changed, Flun smiled ruefully, and the other werewolves did not refuse. This was because the price of the wolf poison potion was 10 galleons, which was indeed a huge expense for them. If they could exchange for a bottle of it by drawing blood twice, they would not have to scrimp and save. The only thing that confused Ivan was the fact that the werewolves had agreed to be hired, but the unified Knockturn Alley first task did not show completion.
It doesn't look like it's going to be that easy.
Chapter 146, Teaching. 10,000 bullets fired.
Stupefy.
2 mornings later, in the ruins of the East Wing, a werewolf moved agilely through the ruins on powerful limbs. dodging boulders and the multicolored rays of a hex. Suddenly, there was a cry. The werewolf looked up and saw that hundreds of birds had gathered in the sky and were diving towards him. For a moment, he dodged left and right in a sorry state, but his body was still pecked with wounds. However, the pain and injuries only served to further stimulate the werewolf's competitive spirit, and he simply stopped dodging and charged straight at the young wizard waving his wand. The werewolf's limbs were long and narrow, and each long jump covered a distance of several meters, quickly closing the gap between them. It would be extremely dangerous for an ordinary wizard to get close to a werewolf. Ivan, apparently out of the ordinary, activated the ring of magic just as the werewolf lunged at him. In the next moment, a terrifying magical wave swept out in all directions, instantly sending the werewolves flying several meters away. Ivan waved his wand again, and the weeds on the ground began to grow wildly, wrapping around the werewolf's legs and tying them up. Ivan then made a move to continue. At that moment, the fearsome-looking werewolf made a terrified noise.
Stop, stop, stop. I admit defeat. I admit defeat.
Ivan lowered his wand. A moment later, the werewolf in front of him twitched and slowly returned to normal. Walker struggled to his feet, feeling weak and depressed. After taking the wolfsbane potion and gaining the ability to maintain his sanity while in werewolf form, Walker's ego inflated. All day long, clamoring for a rematch with Ivan. However, the outcome was obvious.
Are you really a young wizard in your first year? I can't believe I can't beat you even after transforming into a werewolf.
Walker said, scratching his head in admiration.
Second year, to be exact.
Ivan said casually, then thought better of it. Why did he feel like a schoolboy introducing himself? Ivan shook his head, pushing the feeling away. She didn't take Walker's flattery to heart. She knew her place, and she doubted she could have defeated him so easily if she hadn't been blessed with magical items and special blood magic. Otherwise, he wouldn't have needed to use the ring of magic to get close to them. It could only be said that in order to intimidate the werewolf witches and wizards, he had overplayed his hand, causing him to be put on the spot.
Your werewolf form is very strong. If you control it better, you might be able to defeat me.
How is that possible? I heard from my uncle that you used a powerful spell to blow up an entire street wall.
Walker did not believe him at all. A few days ago, Walker asked him about what happened after he lost control of his transformation. Only then did he learn that Ivan had single-handedly blocked all of the werewolves' attacks after defeating him, and even used a powerful spell to blast an entire section of the street wall into ruins. Walker hadn't believed it at first, as he had never seen anyone cast such a terrifying spell. Even when he examined the ruins himself, he was still dubious. After all, he had the impression that Ivan was only 11 or 12 years old, and that he had only been defeated by Doggett. Until recently, he had challenged Ivan in succession, only to be easily defeated by his opponent. Walker was completely convinced of this, and in his heart, he raised Ivan's strength to the same level as Fran. No, perhaps a little higher, as Fran could not easily blow up a section of a street wall with a single spell. Walker asked curiously,
Ivan, what spell did you use last time? It was amazing. It was a thunderbolt, a high-level killing spell.
Ivan explained, then laughed at Walker's envious look.
Whether or not a spell is powerful is tied to the caster, and if you were the one to cast it, you'd have less than a third of its power.
Even so, Ivan could see that Walker was eager to learn the spell, but was too embarrassed to say so.
It's not that I can't teach you this spell. It's just that your foundation is too poor, and there's a risk of losing control if you rashly learn the Thunderbolt explosion, so it's better to learn some basic spells first.